scientist with yours, buddy boy. Why do you think every time I look over your way, if you notice, every time I look over your way during the meetings when you're talking, I bust out laughing?
Oh,
There's a reason.
I thought you was looking over to tell me how,
No.
tell you how they.
No, I'm just saying that there's a reason. You look like,
voting the wrong way, Ron.
Yeah.
you know, you look like somebody from outer space. We ain't online yet, right?
Way to go, Ron, you got him stirred up already.
It don't take long, does it?
Good to go.
Okay, I'm good.
All right, I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'd like to welcome everyone online and in the room. Thanks for joining us. We are continually working on our audio, so please feel free to let us know if you can't hear. I changed masks and hopefully be a little clearer. All right, can we have the roll call, please?
Mrs. Anderson?
Here.
Mr. Gus?
Here.
Mrs. Shoemaker?
Here.
Mrs. Smith?
Here.
Mr. Winkler?
Here.
Thank you. Let's stand for the invocation and the pledge of allegiance. Let's pray. Dear God, thank you for this day and this opportunity to come together again to decide the business of the district. And God, just guide us and guard us and help us to discuss intelligently and be patient with each other and show grace to each other. Help us just to make the best decisions for our students and our staff and our community. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That brings us to the superintendent's report.
You want to do the agenda?
I skipped it, sorry.
We need to pull.
We need to make a correction to the agenda, and I'm thinking we need to add. But to add, we need to dispose of the rules.
No,
Not right now, in this place, okay. So under the consent agenda, item 3, the C3, we need to remove that.
Yeah, Mr. Simple called me this evening and asked to have that removed for right now, and that will show up at a later date.
I'll put in approval of the agenda, removal.
Tell me when you're ready, Connie, I'll give you the next one.
Okay, ready?
On E8, we need to add the SEO president will be joining us by Zoom. He has requested per the collective bargaining agreement, he can have, it's not participation, it's comment. We'll present a plan and then we'll hear from him.
Okay, so, yeah. Adding. Zoom for comments, correct? New business items. Okay, so that's all of them?
I believe.
All of the, okay.
Anybody else have any agenda items that need clarified or fixed or added or?
So in the subject area that you're going to be voting on, it says approval of agenda, and then I added in removal of consent agenda item number 3, in parentheses, I put that what that item was, and adding the SOEA president via Zoom for comments on new business items, in parentheses, I put that what that item was. That's what you'll be voting on.
Thank you. Do we need to refresh, Connie?
Yes, just give me 1 second, I'll go in and remove that item now that I have it. So you should be able to refresh now. Make sure that you're not seeing. So I don't see item 3 in consent. Do you guys see that? Is it removed on your end? Okay.
Mine hasn't. Mine's really slow for some.
The 3 what now?
Number 3 under consent agenda should now be approval of ECO.
Yeah, it's on there.
Okay. Number 8, I didn't add anything to that because we're just gonna add him to Zoom. Unless you want me to put in there via Zoom. You want me
Well,
to
it's
add
gonna be in
that?
the minutes that he's in there,
Yes,
right?
it will.
Okay.
So I'm good for motion.
I make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Okay, voting is open.
Connie, I'm voting yes. Whenever I hit refresh, it's just sitting there spinning.
Okay, I got you. Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Guest?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Brings us, motion carries, that brings us to the superintendent's report.
All right, thank you. I will start with our cabinet first, because we have a few of them that need to, discuss a few things tonight. First off, I'm gonna have Mr. Joris. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Douglas. Thank you. Basically, what I handed out was a packet of from 3 different vendors for air purifying systems for all of our facilities. It's not on the agenda tonight because I didn't get the last quote for one of the systems till early this morning. Just, you can read through it, but basically, they're all, there's an iWave, there's a quote for a Global Plasma Solutions and Phenomenal Air Cold Plasma Solution. There's also cost in your packets about that. Phenomenal and Global will be installed pricing. The iWave, we have to install ourselves. I have discussed with Curtis, with Varric, potentially he would have to talk to the administrator, but we may be able, with the new Corona aid, may be able to pay for this. But this will put air purifying systems in all of our facilities. Personally, from the data that I read, I would recommend the Phenomenal Air, just for the simple reason it has more ions and will basically be able to, I think, do a better job. But the packets are in there. I'm sure that we'll have it on our next board meeting to discuss on which way we want to go. It's not on there tonight because of, I didn't get to post it.
Your recommendations, Phenomenal Air?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I got a question. If we burn the highway, how long will it take to put it in?
This, the iWave, is 4 to 6 weeks delivery. Global Plasma was 2 to 3 weeks, and the Phenomenal Air said they can start right away.
And then once they start, how long? Is it a day job or?
We would do complexes at a time, but basically they thought week to 2 weeks to get them all.
Get them all in?
Yes. And Phenomenal Air is traveling from Pittsburgh, so.
It's not a bad idea in general to have it just for,
Well, basically, personally, I kind of thought it was surprising that there was no filtration, but nobody has filtration. Everybody's starting to put in filtration.
yeah, I think it's a great
So,
idea.
Okay?
And you did say there's the COVID funding?
Yes. Not COVID, it's Corona now. It's a new one that just come out. But Curtis would have to talk, if we approve it, he has to talk to the administrator to make sure that it would be approved. Next thing I want to talk about is the plexiglass. The first order, or the first go around for the plexiglass for all the facilities was over $47,000. We're re-looking at that right now to try to see out exactly what we have to have, because with students required to wear a mask, we're not sure that we need to do as much plexiglass as possible. So we're kind of working through that right now. I do have a vendor in Cambridge that actually the principal from Powhatan found him. He can supply everything that we need. It's just a matter of getting in the order once we figure out exactly what we have to have. Then from a paving standpoint, we do have a purchase order for the chip and seal at Monroe Central Athletic Complex. We're looking to see the comparison between actually paving that. So I've got a meeting with other vendors for paving Monday of next week. That's it.
So you are going to look into, paying it,
Versus chip and seal.
There's already PO cut for the chip and seal. So,
I wanted to see what the difference is.
yeah, I want to see what the difference is for that.
all right.
And when will when will the other estimates be in? I'm sorry,
I'm meeting with, another vendor from Wilson Blacktop on Monday.
How many blacktop people did you?
I've got one quote from the people that's doing the chip and seal. I've called 3 other companies, and Wilson's the only one to return the call. I called a company out of New Martinsville, J&T. They have not returned my call. And also Kelly Paving. I've left 2 messages. I haven't had them.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
thanks. All right, next up, let's go with those visitors through Zoom. Mr. Ashley, anything, update?
Yep, there we go. Finally got it unmuted. Yeah, it's been, we've been working very hard. Susan and Sammy have been doing a great job. They're very enthusiastic and, energetic, want to involve the staff to build a really good food service team. They started right after they were hired. We actually trained at night and went through 20 training programs so that they could learn all of the different facets of school food service. They've also been through pay school training. We've created a menu system for the school district, which is compliant with the USDA regulations for certification. We've gotten cooking charts put together so that we can standardize the way in which all of the products are handled and cooked. They are working on getting computerized production sheets so the cooks don't have to shuffle papers. They can just fill it out online, which will save time and also will be compliant with the USDA regulations. the ordering system has been built, and we trained the head cooks on that on August 6th, so that they would get some experience with how the ordering system works, and that will also help to reduce cost over time. We've got a head cook, or we've got a training program coming up for all the staff on the 26th and the 27th. The head cooks have all been invited to a test cooking so that they can learn all the products, and they're going to determine what time and temperature is the best so that we can standardize it across the district, so that we get consistent products out of each and every kitchen. And we've also developed a menu analysis tool so that as we learn about the students participating, the products they do like, they don't like, there's an analysis tool there so that they can track the items on the menus and look for replacements to help build participation across the district as time goes on. So we're, also we are involved in the Seamless Summer Option Review, which has cost them about a week's worth of time. This was something that was started the nutrition group was the one that had a lot of this information. Unfortunately, they did not leave a lot, so we had to find a lot of the information for that review. They just got done uploading all the information approximately 30 minutes ago. It started at 9 o'clock this morning, uploading all the information required for that review. They've also been involved in the reopening plan, got their thoughts and ideas on that. Budget is working on creating a budget for the department that will be inclusive so that we can see and track where we're at as far as all expenses. And we've done some things to support the reopening plan. And that's pretty much what we've done so far. It's been a lot of time and a lot of energy.
They've been busy.
Anything for Mr. Ashley? All right. Thank you, Mr. Ashley.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Linda, anything?
Just all the in-service groups, the bus group was trained on August 6th, and they included the reopening of the sanitation and cleaning. We have the in-service of the head cooks was also on August 6th. And we have one coming up on August 19th for the maintenance and the custodial. We're including the nurses on that, all covering a lot of the cleaning and sanitation requirements. Department of Health is participating in that as well.
Thing for Linda? Okay, thank you. Larry, anything?
Yeah, I do have on the agenda the recommendation for intervention specialists at Swiss Hills. And we only had 2 applicants, and one was certified, one wasn't. So the one that we did pick actually was the better candidate at any rate. So he's on there, and he's accepted the position if approved. And I'll do this when we get to old business.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Okay. Thank you, Larry. Mr. Romick, anything?
Couple of things, working with Mr. George and Mr. Simple, the Neuro Central building, on finishing it out. The next meeting we'll have quotes and everything, to outfit the remainder a bit. Whether it be, there's lockers in the locker rooms, a couple of the baskets and that, and some of the things for the 2 classrooms. The river building, its substantial completion date is late August now. The elevator has, moved through customs, so it's kind of, they moved the table up on it to the end of August. It was going to be in September, so it's kind of moved back forward now to the end of August. They are looking at, moving in, especially the bottom floor of it, about the end of August, 1st September. The third thing is, as far as, I did want to talk to, and it may be better, Mrs. Smith, is it better to wait until, I believe you have on the agenda athletics? Is there something on the agenda for athletics tonight?
You like fall sports?
Yes.
Was supposed to be added.
Yes,
Yeah.
on there.
Yes, it's on it.
Okay, I can wait till then, because I've talked with the athletic directors and that, and wanted to speak on behalf of that.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Caldwell.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Boash?
You have some things later on, but I just wanted to let you know that we have purchased grades 6 through 12 new ELA curriculum, along with novels, and they're in the process of coming in. And in addition to that, we have more resources for ELA for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. K1 and 2 are still working on finalizing their decisions and getting quotes and everything, which they will implement their instruction, their new curriculum instruction the following year. They want to spend this year digging through and making sure they are fully understanding before they implement that program. So, and then lots of other equipment and books and resources are being delivered to the school, and hopefully we get to use them.
Are we getting any new Chromebooks?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess I can speak for Tess. They've been ordered, and they are to be delivered. With the shipping, we're kind of at their mercy right now with the COVID. There's a lot of backlog, but we did get our order in early, and we're hoping that they come in. But Tess is letting me know that we do have enough Chromebooks to get through until that shipment comes in and be able to replace some of the older models. And I might add, in addition to that, all the teachers are getting laptops that are touchscreen so that they can travel back and forth and access their own, school-owned device to help them with their workload as well.
Good.
And I believe those just arrived today. Yeah. So they just have to be configured and then out to the teachers.
What did they have before, a tower in your classroom?
Yeah, just the desktop. Right. So, a lot of people have purchased their own device to go back and forth. This way they'll have a district-owned device. They won't have to share personal and workload. And, everybody will have one. And it should be out to the teachers by the first week of school.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, one last thing I wanted to run by the board this evening, and I'm glad Mrs. Dick is here. Thank you for showing up. I mean, if you want to step in just for a minute so you can hear it, or I can speak louder. At our last admin meeting, we had some questions about using lockers from our principals. And I noticed that you had talked to Mr. Caldwell at Skyview, and you felt that his plan was suitable for locker use. The concern from our principals are, say, we get into late October, November, whatever, kids have jackets, coats, carrying other things with them. If there's a way that we can still try to social distance and maybe alternate when they can go to their lockers and so on, if that would be
I feel it'd be feasible.
allowed.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
I'd rather stay underneath the lockers than having to try to pack everything and go from.
One room to the other room.
Yes, yes.
So then you're infecting the rooms more so than you are.
They had a good plan with the, marking off the word A, B, C, whatever, and assign that to the children, and then they would have a lot of time to go to their lockers.
So once they come up with their locker plan,
Right.
they would contact you
Yeah,
for your approval. I wouldn't bring it to the board's attention. we have to maybe do that in a meeting to make an action on that?
Did our current policy prohibit it?
I think it did.
Yeah,
That's
the
way
health
I think it-
part did,
I don't think it was a
I think it
recommendation.
said no locker
Right,
for the health piece, so.
There's no
would
longer.
be-
yeah, it said no lockers.
I do
We
believe.
can't have that.
No, I think, we're all in agreement, I mean, principals and everyone, that lockers are gonna probably be needed.
You just make the change and then bring it back for our approval at the next meeting.
I think it is that.
Yeah.
That's it, pretty much, but did you have anything you wanted to run by?
Well, I just want to say, I was asked by Mr. Caldwell, which I want to say, to tour all the schools. I did, all except Powhatan, because Summit County's covering Powhatan, and Rob Sproul and I have a very good working relationship, so I felt that was fine. First thing I want to say is, the principals, there's been a lot of work put into this, a lot of work in the planning. I was really taken back by how much they're very concerned about the safety and the health of everybody. And, I do have, the only things that I really have a concern about is in the larger schools, like, Woodsfield Elementary, on the second level there, where they're not gonna be able to social distance in those classrooms. There's just too many students. I feel strongly that you need to have the plexiglass around 3 sides of those desks. And the masks need to stay on. Other than that, I think the other rooms, there's a plan in place, they can social distance. And with the mandate now to wear a mask, even though I know it's gonna be hard on the kids, I think it can work. That was my main thing there. I am concerned about those rooms, and I even suggested that try to keep the kids, you gotta monitor the halls. I mean, they've got a plan on how to keep people 6 feet away. And, but there's gonna be people out there monitoring, because the kids are kids. And the stairwells, one-way traffic, it's really, we just have to go with it and see if it works. That's the only thing I can say. The other thing I wanna say is, the community's gotta back this. You can't have people in the community, and we have a lot of them that think this is a hoax. They don't believe in this virus. They think it's political, they think whatever, we're lucky that we don't have a lot of cases. If it wouldn't have been for the long-term care facility, we'd be in, pretty good shape. The community spreads there. We got 5 active cases right now. There's people walking around that probably have it that don't have symptoms. We gotta keep that in the forefront of our minds, that virus is there, and it's gonna come to these rural communities. As much as I hate to say it, it will. So, the people in the community, you can't have a kid go to school and wear a mask all day and go home and mom and dad say, bunch of crap. I mean, I know there's a lot we can't do about that, but we really gotta try to keep the community. I came back from Cincinnati, they wore masks, they're no longer red, that county, they've moved down to orange. Masks work. Everybody, I saw one person without a mask. I mean, I'm just saying, we really need to take it serious. I don't like to wear a mask either, but you need to do them.
Linda, is it just masks now, or are shields still appropriate?
Shields, I'm glad you brought that up. Just found out this week, shield by itself is not protection.
The reason I asked that, because we discussed that for Maggie, my daughter, because of the restriction, and then we might have some other special needs students that might have that anxiety because of the restriction. We're trying to prepare, and we thought maybe the shield, but if that's not an option anymore.
They're saying now the shields, you still need a mask and you still need eye protection. There is a mask coming out, which we need to look out. It's gonna be clear in the front, because I know that's going to be a problem with teachers. They need to see, children need to see the teacher's mouth. But there is a mask, and if I find out anything on it, I'll pass it on to you, let you know about it. But I just found out this week from Ohio State, just a shield by itself is not protection. Any questions for me? I do have, if you're interested, from the position at Dayton's Children's, protocols and scenarios, that if you're interested in taking it, it's good. Like, it talks about if there's a child on a school bus, and, you know, there's different walk through, yes, no, if they've been exposed, what should you do? I mean, you know, anybody who wants one, I'll be glad to give it to you.
That is a good question. If someone asks, I don't know, I know, I talked to Rob about it a few weeks ago, is if you think, where do you tell somebody to go to right now?
Where are you telling them to go right
To get
now?
tested, yeah.
Well, if a child's, if you think they've been exposed, of course, they gotta go home, and they need to if they got symptoms, they need to contact their family doctor. Family doctor makes a decision. There's really no testing sites in the county, but there's quick testing, New Martinsville, Marietta, but they will not test anybody under age of 18.
That's them.
They won't do it, even with a parent. So what we're seeing now is the turnaround on testing is anywhere from 5, 7, even 11 days to get the results back. We sent specimens to the Ohio Department of Health testing, which was supposed to be a quick turnaround. We're waiting about 5 days on those to come back. The labs are overwhelmed with this. They're just overwhelmed. And there's no good, there's just a lot of things that nobody has the good answers for. So you've got people sitting at home, you know, that's been exposed, and the exposure is 15 minutes or longer within 6 feet. It's not just a casual passing by. 15 minutes that you are within 6 feet of that person, that's what they're... And the other part of it is, temperatures are not the only, elevated fever, temperature is not the only symptom. And then they're coming out now that they're seeing, after the fact, with it, I'm the bearer of great news, but you might as well hear it all.
We need to hear it.
That with they're finding with people that's been exposed, and they're looking at the younger generation, that there's some cardiac problems. There's an infection coming up with, causing endocarditis. And they're recommending that if people have been tested and they're positive, that they need to rest, they need to gradually go back into their activity, not just go back because they're not real sure how it's affecting the heart. So they do want to put that strain on the heart. There's things it's coming up every day, something different. There's just so many unknowns with it. So we just have to try our best to be careful. But I do worry about the rooms where there's a lot of kids in the room, and I highly recommend shields around those desks. That's my recommendation. And I think the food, it sounds like things are working out with how it's planned on, getting people for getting the meals and grab and goes, and we're working with Linda on have some, working with her on some of those issues.
So if we run into a scenario where a student goes home, say, an evening or over the weekend or whatever, they find out that that student's parents have tested positive.
Okay. First, let me preface this with, we cannot give out any information. That's a HIPAA thing. It's up to you to call the parent and say, is it true, you're positive, whatever. Then the child has to stay home, for 14 days, or if they're not having symptoms, they should at least 10 days to be tested.
If the parent is still actively positive, okay, that child is still held out 14 days, then is that, they're in the home with that parent.
Well, now, it depends. There's not clear cut, it's not black and white. If they can and we recommend they social distance within that house.
Right.
And if they can do that, now, that means, staying 6 feet away, fixing their own meals, if they're old enough, using different bathroom facilities. There was a case right now where I know parents tested because the parents slept together, and the children really were working on, it's a big thing on maintaining that distance.
Try to avoid any rooms that they have been or occupied.
if they can and will do that. That would help tremendously, and that needs to be stressed.
So should we have a policy that states that so the parents can reference it? That if there's someone positive in the household and they aren't social distancing, they should not be at
That's the
school?
one thing we never covered, is if someone within the household tests positive, okay, that student or that athlete, either way, okay, when are they permitted back? Because now they're within the household. We've covered if they're in contact with somebody, you know, they're out 14 days, or they can go get a negative test. If they test positive, there's protocol for that. There is no protocol for if Bev tests positive and her children, okay, aren't testing positive, they're negative. Okay, they've been tested, they're negative, you know, when can they come back? Even though they may be in a household with Bev and Bev's still positive.
It'd be like you said, if they're staying away within that house.
If there's a situation where the parent says that they've been social distancing, and they're not symptomatic, it's pretty much, I think you could take their word for that. But that, I mean, you're flying, you know, you're.
Yeah. Or is it a possibility of everybody in that household has to test negative before they can come back?
Well, then you get into the deal, okay, if the testing's limited, plus you're gonna have a wait time of anywhere from 10 to another 14 days to get test results back, you're gonna keep them out forever.
Yeah.
Hard call.
It's a tough situation.
It's a real tough call.
Sure is.
And now a contact of a contact, you don't worry about them. It's just the contact with the positive person.
Unless the contact turns positive, that you have contact with.
Then they become a contact, yes.
Right, yeah, we cover that. If it's a contact of somebody, they're out for 10 days, or they can go get a negative test within, 5 or 6 days, and it clears them.
Yeah, the idea of just saying and I hear this, people says, well, I'll just go get a test, and maybe they were exposed 1 or 2 days before, it's a waste of their time. They need to wait at least 5 or 6 days before they go get tested.
And then you said it's gonna probably be 7 to 14 days to get the results.
Right now, it's looking that way, I mean, seriously. I mean, we've got one right now that, it's a gentleman that works out of the county, but lives in the county, and of course, that falls on us. I know it's been at least 12 or 13 days. Still waiting. We keep checking, Robin checks, she said, I'm so tired of checking it every 15, 20 minutes to see if the result gets, but, it's just the way it is.
And the results come back to you guys.
If they're positive,
Right.
if they're positive and they live in the county, we get the results. Then we contact them, then we have to ask them all their contacts, which I'm seeing with this a little bit younger generation now, that they're just not always, maybe the older generation in the beginning, boy, they just rattle them right off, you have, but now because they know the consequences. If I tell my friends, well, they're stuck.
Can't go to work or, right?
What's that?
If they're a contact, then they wouldn't be able to go to work or.
Right. And we also get the situation where people at work, and I mean, they social distance and everything at work, but they all carpool together. And that's happened many times, that somebody, then 2 or 3 of them tested positive. Oh, yeah,
Thank you.
I'll leave these with you, and if you want to.
Copies if we need more.
Linda, could you give us your opinion, real quick on fall sports, your recommendation?
My recommendation on fall sports is cancel them. I mean, as much as I love sports, and I hated to see the Ohio State and all that, I really do.
Yeah.
But boy, I don't know.
Well, that's a question. Concern.
Well, Everybody want a copy of this?
I would like
I got 3 copies here. I can make more of them. Ron,
Thanks, Rob.
anybody else in here? Or Ron?
You need to scan this, send it to,
Yeah,
I got 2 more here.
I'll give you mine too, I scan it. I'd rather have it.
Okay. Okay. You can keep having, I'll get this one scanned and then,
it doesn't have to be right now, but Mrs. Dix, do you see any difference like between golf and between sports, like, you know, where I
Volleyball,
I don't- yeah.
golf,
Yeah,
cross-country.
non-contact sports, yeah, and I should say non-contact sports, I mean, it's in. But I mean, a football game, football players, you know, I'm sure they, you know, Greg, you played football.
Well, I was told, well, I read, DeWine today, he said that everything like, cross-country, volleyball, golf, and everything was, OSHAA said that they're gonna go forward with everything. Everything, football, lacrosse is still, they're supposed to make an announcement next Tuesday. I mean, I don't foresee anything good coming of it because I think, Coach Ishii told me there last week that they're gonna play without masks, but they have to put a mask on when they're on the sidelines.
And you can't play with a mask on, you know, you
Well,
can't.
that's what I'm saying, I don't know how I'm all for it, and I hope the kids get the opportunity, but I can't see how, because if one person gets it, you're affected, and it's just gonna be a domino effect across, it's up and down the valley.
The community spread is unbelievable with this virus.
Well, when you talk through and the sweat, the physical contact, and it's exactly what you're not supposed to do, and like, again, don't get me wrong, I wanna see the kids play.
right.
Even volleyball,
Yeah.
there's close contact at the net, there's physical contact at the net.
You're on the ball.
The ball itself, the sweat and everything, again, I can't see how, if they're gonna cancel major college football.
The only thing I could see is volleyball did, well, no, that doesn't right, it's the indoor things, and that, I just answered my own question. It's indoors, volleyball is, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as
outdoors
serious as
supposed
everything
to be
is,
better.
the social distancing, I don't see
I don't know either. Some of those, I mean, I just.
I mean, you can stay away in golf. Cross country
Yeah.
can still get, I mean, there's sometimes hundreds of kids at the starting line.
Yeah.
And how do you wear a mask when you're running?
Can't, you know.
I wondered if they could start at different times and time.
Well, that would be, I guess, it
Rather
would
than-
take all day
I thought
long,
of
but
that.
yeah, but that certainly is an
At least
option,
they
That'd take a
could
while.
compete.
yeah. I don't know. No good answer.
For a lot of it, there's no
Unfortunately.
good answers.
Linda, this is Cindy Brill. I was wondering if I could ask a question.
Sure, Cindy, how are you doing?
I'm pretty good. Good to see you. I'm getting some texts from the public, and I'm wondering if you can help us discuss how many cases or possibly when would a school determine to shut a building down? Like, if it's one case in there that is positive, how do we deal with that?
I think it would be a collective decision on, first of all, what rooms were affected. If you've got like 2 or 3 cases isolated, that's why I kept saying, try to keep the kids as much as you can, especially the younger ones in one area rather than floating all over the place. If you've got 5 kids, but they're in one room, you wouldn't close the school down. But you have to look at each individual. I don't think there's not a magic number for it as far as when you would close the school down. You just have to look at, how many rooms are affected, look at the whole scenario.
And if we do have a positive case in the school, then you'll be involved, right? Or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll be there to help.
Thank you, Linda.
Sure. I'm counting on no positive cases.
That's why I like the way you think.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, I was totally impressed with every one of the principals, first of all. I mean, they were so positive and about, hey, we gotta do this is what we've done so far. Every one of them, they had things, the ideas of what they were gonna do.
That's
Like I
great.
say, I just worry about the bigger rooms, you know, I do worry about that, but.
We share that concern.
Linda, is that the health department? I know what's coming about is Governor DeWine, from everything he said, probably Tuesday, he's gonna turn it back over to the local district's decision on sports. Is that, I know. And well, but where it comes back to is the health department, literally. I
Sure
mean,
it does, but then we don't have a lot of authority, I mean, I've been thrown under the bus so much, I feel like a pain cake.
back over, run over, back over
Well, I
everything
mean, it
else.
really
yeah.
is, you know, you don't really get, you know, you get double talk from, you know, ODH and,
Exactly.
and all them, and you refer to your local health district, well, that's fine and dandy, but, we're not sitting there with all these magical answers either. We'll work
Right,
with people
right.
definitely and give our opinion based on what we know from the health perspective.
Right.
You know, so, and the thought, like I've told everybody, it's like building a house. The foundation is wear a mask, social distance, wash your hands.
Have you guys discussed, if it came down to it, and they said, okay, you know, what's your health department say about playing sports? Have you guys discussed it and have an official stance on it or
No, not at
anything?
this point in time.
Okay.
No. No, and we would definitely, I mean, I feel strongly that the input of schools and, you know, I've never played football, well, I mean, I have an idea about all of the contact and all that, but no, I,
I won't put you on the spot. They may next Tuesday.
well, I've already put questions into the state on some other things, and I don't
Yeah.
hesitate to do that
I
too.
just see it headed that way is where I see it heading.
I think that
Thank
makes
you
sense.
for all your help.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming and thanks for your advice.
Linda,
Thanks, Linda.
Linda, please.
Yes.
Because this football's been on since June 30th, volleyball since July. Fisher Grice, 0 cases. 2 months of sports and 0 cases. We have 5 cases in the spread, why are we yelling?
Well, it's based on the percentage of our population, the increase.
Okay.
Yeah,
What they're
it's not
saying is-
a number thing per se. We've got 5 cases
We
right
have
now.
no cases.
It's a formula they work with, the state does, basically, the population, the amount of time the increase occurs, so it's just not black and white. But we're yellow, and we want to stay yellow. Our closest county, there's 12 red counties in the state, and we don't want to become a red county at all.
We've never had, Mrs. Brill said last week that Washington County was under purple. We haven't had a county yet under purple, have we?
There was a couple that was close to it.
But none of them have ever been under the purple.
No.
We checked. She told us, and she said that they was under purple in Washington County. They've never been, they was yellow, and they went to red, but then they wasn't long, and they went right back.
Back to yellow.
And listen, the part of it is, and a lot of those counties that went red and came back down again, they wore masks.
Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah, they did. I mean, that was very well told. I'm just saying, the county where I have 2 children living, they were orange. They came back down. And like I said, I saw one person the entire weekend that didn't have a mask
That
on.
might have been me, because I was down there and I didn't have none on. That might have been me. I was around the King's Island area. I checked in at 1 o'clock in the morning.
I missed you. I missed
You missed it, man, because I didn't have it. And I went in the restaurants and they didn't tell me I couldn't come in.
Most places I went, there was a sign.
They took my money.
Did they?
Yes, sir.
It must been intimidating.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
They took my money.
Thank you.
sure.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate it.
And thanks to the principals for their input, cooperation, positivity, and willingness to get that figured out.
All right, back to you.
Let's clear down on them.
Hey, wait a minute, I got a question. Does that come under here, I guess? Under communications, I read the Beacon where Swiss Hills had an open house there, and no one ever contacted us. You know, I know, is there something wrong?
No, I was just made aware of that. Do you know how they were contacted, or anybody was contacted? I was contacted through a text.
Well, I don't want
And
the
I thought
public to
everyone
feel
was-
that we were asked and don't go. See what I'm saying?
Right.
And then you finally read about it in the Beacon, yeah.
Rob, as the superintendent, I would think you'd contact, you know what's going on. I didn't even know what's going on. And, you know, usually the superintendent's the one that fights the bulls.
So, and then another thing, when I went by, when did we change the name of Swiss Hills Career Center? Did we ever vote on it or something?
We haven't changed the name,
Well, why is it on the sign there?
because it depicts that the Innovation Center on the other end, where Grand Taxi, robotics, and all
Yeah,
that.
but you can't just change that.
I don't think we changed it. We have to have an,
Yeah, the name, I mean,
IRA
through,
stuff.
no, it's a process if you wanna change the name of a school or a building or
Yeah,
anything.
well-
I think what they mean, when James and them did the sign a year or longer ago, and I remember them saying Innovation Center on it as well. That's just describing the new lab that's there. That's not,
And the adult ed
It's
part.
describing
The
the
adult ed
property.
part.
So what it's
Yeah.
describing is the property. You know, maybe I'm stupid or something, but if I go by there and I say, well, that's Swiss Hills Vocational School and Innovation, to me, that's what it is. It's on the name of the property there. So therefore, they must have changed the name.
Yeah, so then how you do EMIS then, with the name changed like that? How you report your EMIS?
it's still Swiss Hills.
Well, then, we need to change the sign.
Sign.
Because
Well, but I mean, that
like
can be
me
done
don't
if that's
understand.
needed. I mean, I don't know what that's gonna
Some
involve, but
people
we
like
can
me
look
don't
into it.
understand why it would be on there if that's not the name of it. I mean, if I go out here and see a stop sign that says stop, right, that's what I take it for. The name shouldn't have been on there if you didn't change the name.
No, the name has not been changed.
Was it when we did plans and stuff for the new part and getting the sign, that was on there, wasn't it, when we approved the,
Yeah,
like,
the
pay
sign.
for it, or what? Yeah,
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 but nothing, it was never mentioned anything about changing the name of the
yeah.
career center. But through EMIS and ODE and everything, it's still Swiss Hills.
I got a question right now. If we start school back up and teachers or custodians or them say, I ain't coming to school because of the virus, are we still paying them?
Well, that, Cindy has been talking to the attorneys on how to handle it. I think through the CARES, if they have to be quarantined, we have to pay them for up to 10 days.
I ain't saying quarantine. I'm just saying, say I'm a teacher
Mhm.
or custodian, and I said, shoot, I could stay home. I'm gonna tell them I'm scared of the virus. What
They
happens
would have
to
to
me?
have a doctor's, from what I gather, they would have to have a doctor's excuse. And if that's the case, if it's a legitimate case from the doctor, then they would be able to use
But
sick
if I
day.
don't have a case, Rob, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, if you don't have anything from a doctor, you're gonna, you'll have to take days without pay.
That's what I
Use your
thought.
time, you'd be.
Or use your time that you have
Yeah.
accumulated.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Are you
Now,
people, has any administrative team's been taking days
yeah,
for
and
vacation
administrators,
time and stuff
since
since
they've
it
been
started?
staying
Because
home,
none of you
hang
are
around
ever
here.
here. So have you been taking your time, like when Cindy goes to Florida, is she taking her vacation days?
She's still working. She works daily.
She works daily.
So, if
Yeah.
a teacher doesn't, so I don't
So
want
the
that.
teacher, you're gonna penalize a teacher or a gender, but yet she can take off to Florida, go down there and stay for 6 weeks, and not be penalized and not have to use none of her vacation time.
Well,
That's what you're telling me.
the teachers can ask to be able to work remotely too. They can,
They can ask to work remotely, okay.
yeah, they can, I mean, they have a form that they can fill out if they have a health issue. There's a list of,
You need to contact human resource.
and then
Start that conversation.
where possible, we'll plug them in to remote. I mean, all of this consideration is one reason why the hybrid model was recommended. Because we knew that, you know, teachers aren't comfortable being in the classroom.
So the administrators can just go COVID all the time, use that. But our
Just to go
teachers-
what?
more or less hide behind the COVID. That, you know, I don't have to come in, I'm working at home.
Yeah, they work from home. I'm working from home when I can. I have to go into the office
But
sometimes,
yet everybody like the, insurance companies, the banks, their people's in there working. To the mirrors. I don't understand why we can't be working here at the office.
Is it safer to work from home?
Well,
You were in today, I'm in daily.
what about the secretaries?
They're in every day.
Are they here, all of them?
Yeah, there's some people that can't work from home. I don't know what you do. I mean, I guess you could forward the phone.
I don't see why they couldn't work from their office here.
I'll just.
If they stay in their stations and work. Tyler County and a lot of other schools is working every day, their administrative team. They're there every day. You come here, you don't see nobody. You can't even get them on the phone half the time. I call them, can't even get nobody to answer the phone. So,
I prefer they work from home if they can. I think I told Connie, take a printer or something with you. Remember, because they had to come in to do certain
But
things.
here's what I'm saying, if I'm working for Rob, or I'm working for Connie, and I'm upstairs, they're working from home, and I'm here in the office.
That's not,
Yeah?
well, I was gonna say something
Oh,
else.
I'm sorry, no, go ahead, I'm
Um,
sorry.
I mean, they can social distance upstairs maybe, it's open, so I was concerned, but they still have to use the same bathroom facilities, they still have to use the same kitchen. I mean, they could bring their lunch in a cooler bag, but, I mean, I didn't even think it would be a problem. I thought you guys would think they should work from home if they can do their work from home. Now, that just said, Connie had a couple of girls that because of the printer that they use, they have to come in at least that time, and so, you know, we talked about it, and I said, well, have them stagger, you know, right in the beginning, to try to avoid that, to try to stay healthy. I mean, if the job can be done from home, I guess I'm missing the concern.
well, the concern is, all these other businesses and stuff is working, and our people staying at home all the time.
Not
That's
all
my
of them,
concern.
Jerry, not
A
all
lot
of them.
of them is,
And I don't know about the banks and the insurance, I don't know
call
why they.
ESC and see how many people comes in down there every
The
day.
who?
ESC. I guarantee they're in every day.
When,
I guarantee you they're in
I'm
there every day.
I'm not good with comparing us to other employers in other districts,
Well, I'm
but
just saying, you
I
know,
don't think you can compare.
I don't think you
but-
can do your job from home. I think you gotta come to the office. When you can't get a hold of nobody in the office, then what do you do?
I mean,
Try to call somebody up here sometime. Try to call.
I don't have a problem.
Well, I do.
I'm trying to think of
I
my
do.
calls.
You don't, but I do. So I voice my concern.
Thank you.
Why we can't come to work. I don't understand it.
The ones that can work from home are, and when they have the time to, I mean, upstairs, they alternate hours, and so they're not all up there together at one time. I mean, a lot of people are capable, they're capable and can get a lot done from home. I mean, I personally don't work from home very often at all, but I'm usually out in the buildings or here or whatever, but, as long as they're getting their work done. Are you having any issues upstairs?
But I see Connie's asking for more help here tonight. You're wanting approval of hiring another company tonight, Connie, aren't you?
Harry, it's because of an audit. It's not my staff.
Okay.
It's an audit that you have to have done.
Okay, why
to be
can't our
compliant.
staff do that?
Hey, Jerry, you talk about that when we come to, I'll go
Okay.
another thing. All right, another thing, I wanna ask Ron, who's this school calling consultants?
What is it?
School calling consultants?
Is it on the agenda, or?
No, it's just people that, I think we've been paying them, ain't we? Yeah,
How do you
Do-
spell it? Ron?
they do newsletters and all that.
Is that the website? Is that the?
This company is on the website.
What?
Yeah,
What are they doing?
Oh, communications?
The communications.
Communications team?
yeah.
They're helping with the graphics, they, on the on Facebook and the
And they're getting all these
website.
plans put together as we get them done.
Oh, they ain't doing a newsletter then or anything?
When school was in,
We're paying people to do a newsletter for us, right?
and other things.
Yeah, and other things. To what the cost is, I checked the cost out, I looked what we're paying. The tune of $97,250 a year.
Well, if that
Yeah,
was
we
just that much, we would have to prove it.
That's what I'm
No, we didn't.
Hey, there you go.
Hey, all right, I
Oh,
guess,
you got
tried,
one.
right?
I agree. We're paying them $19,450 in segments. So if you add that up, that comes up to $97,250. I checked my calculator twice.
Last year, each building, it was like 5 or 6 or something. Now, for next year, we got a quote, but we're not going with it.
How much was that quote,
I
Rob?
don't remember right offhand, but
Was it
it was,
10,000? Is he doing one for here?
they do the district website.
Yeah, and it costs more for the central office than what it did the building. You tell me.
Oh, is it the
Maybe they're
district,
working from home, I don't know.
is it the district
The
website? And done, I
It's
don't
the district
care.
website and the
Sorry.
district newsletter is what it was.
Who did the
Who did it
district
before?
who did the district newsletter before we hired this company?
We never had one.
We never, ever had a district newsletter. The principals used to.
Well, that's when they do
Turn
the
them
building,
in.
they do the building one.
Yeah. So what are they doing now? They're doing the buildings. I get them emails all the time on what's going on at River, what's going on at Bellsville and all that.
Like a bi-weekly newsletter.
Yeah.
From each school.
And we're paying them to do it now, where we didn't pay our principals to do it back then.
Well, we took it off the principal's hands because we wanted to see that it was done right, and we wanted to take it off of their hands. I mean, Mr. Tolden, your building newsletter.
That didn't work.
Your building newsletter last year.
Yeah.
Was it helpful to have them take stuff off your hands?
Yeah, and there was pros and cons of it, which we needed to work out, I think, from the newsletter. I mean,
Yeah.
But you're
And this year, we're not doing it. We're gonna,
no, I don't know about what each school's doing. I really don't know.
I already talked to all the principals.
And we're not.
Rob, I have a question about people working from home, and because I do think it's a problem if they can't be reached.
Right,
Does their phones roll over to their house? I know where I work from home, but we have a system called Jabber, and if someone calls my desk, it rings in my computer and I answer it at home.
Oh, okay, we don't have that.
So you might need
I
to,
could check into that
Yeah.
if we wanted to.
I know they're communicating with email.
because I mean, if someone's calling here and they can't get a hold of someone, that is a problem.
The voicemail goes to their email. That's that,
Oh, that's cool.
yeah. But we don't have the phones ringing in.
But if someone's not getting, all calls go to the desk down here, right? If that phone's not being answered, that's people in the office not answering the phone.
There's nobody here to answer. If the secretary's
Yes, there-
in here. If the secretary's in here, there's nobody else.
Tina and,
That's the secretary. But as
so
administrative,
they are
they're not
answering
here.
the phone. So you ought to be able to get a hold of at least them.
But doesn't
I'm
it go to
saying
an
if
automated
if
call?
they're not here, some days they're not here, there's never anybody in administrative that's gonna sit here and answer the phone for you, is what I'm telling you.
Sometimes, I've answered the phone a few times. I mean, I know we're not here.
I don't think it hurts you to, Ross.
No, I know he has. Hey, I got another thing. I've seen teachers put what supplies they need in their classroom, printers to bring in, right? Yeah, it's all right.
Supply list.
Supply list, teachers bring?
I, at least off Manhattan, they were on the
Yeah, well,
site.
They
Why
have
would
different
we-
grades that put them on there, like first grade, second grade.
Yeah.
Each teacher usually does.
Yeah.
Well, I know when we wanted to give the $500 to each teacher, remember, Jerry?
Yeah.
And, no, they said, we said for supplies for the rooms and all that, they said no, anything they requested, they give. Well, why, why do we need them to bring cleaning supplies or tissues
Chris
on?
said that night, it was kind of hard to break some teachers from acting.
I know, but
Routine.
I don't feel parents should be sending cleaning stuff or wipes.
Then
No,
look,
they
if we
shouldn't.
can find it.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Then-
They
Well,
can
Ron,
find it.
Ron, that
Why
was
would you wanna
addressed.
send something in from a house that potentially could have an, be
Right.
infected?
That-
It's ridiculous for a teacher, to my opinion, when I taught, I couldn't believe what some of the people asked for. I'm thinking,
You know,
that's something that, if you need tissues in the classroom, that's something that should be provided.
To the
Yeah.
school
We all
district.
agree.
district.
We all agree
And
with
now,
that.
but what they're doing, Ryan, a lot of them are asking for little extra things, so they can do little extra crafty type stuff, asking the parents to supply some of that stuff also. Not, I'm saying there's
Yeah.
still the hand sanitizers, the wipes and things like that, but you're right, breaking old habits is what it is, there's the supply list. But in terms of the health of a child, that should never be put on a parent in the school building, in my opinion.
That's what I'm saying, we should
Yeah.
provide that.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely, 100%.
Ron,
Right.
Ron, can I address that too?
Yes, ma'am.
We had, I saw a couple lists come through on Facebook, and I immediately went to the principals and asked them to please contact the staff and their families, because we're buying extra cleaning supplies. And if teachers are asking for multiple containers of wipes, like Clorox wipes, Lysol wipes, it's hard to find one for your own family. So principals have made that call, they've reached out to their parents and their families and the teachers to ask them. A lot of teachers had just generated the same list, not thinking. And then, since then, we've addressed that at each building.
Thank you.
That was about a week ago.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Susan.
All right, you're good, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that concludes the superintendent cabinet report, right?
Yes.
All right. So we are on the consent agenda. Is there anything to be pulled out or any questions on the consent agenda?
I just got one clarification before I vote on it, because I wanna know, on contracts, when I vote for people, how much we're paying. On let's see, the one, on number 5, how much does that cost us a year? No, I'm sorry, number 4, Number 4.
The old number 4 or the new number 4, because we took.
The school literacy coach consultant
Okay.
contract, Bobby J. Johnson, what's that cost us a year?
For what that is. It's always been the
Just
same,
bulk.
The contract,
I mean, every year.
She's working 150 and it's in the contract.
It's right here, the contract's here, isn't it?
Yes,
yeah.
it's attached,
Reimburse
Oh, I didn't.
$275 a day.
Okay,
150 days.
all right. As long as I know what we're paying.
Yeah.
And we've
Yeah.
contracted her for many years.
Yeah, I knew
Hard
that.
to true, agree it?
I'm sorry, on mine it is in half.
Now, we did have a question on 8, C8. Deb had submitted a question asking if the kids would be able to buy the Chromebooks, and I think she was told it would be clarified tonight.
Rob, you told me to bring it up. There's this contract here with tech defenders to buy them back, depending on what condition they're in. And I initially wondered if the students could buy some of the better ones back if they needed them, if they were wiped, so there wasn't any information on there they weren't supposed to have.
Yeah, let me address that, because I talked to Tess about that in the spring, and when the seniors graduated, there was an option for them usually to buy theirs out. The Chromebooks are outdated. They're approaching this time where they're not gonna update at all. Basically, they're just gonna go, they're not gonna be worth anything. But she has a company that will buy them back. They'll use them for parts or whatever they need to use, and we can get a little bit of money recouped from that. But a lot of the books, the Chromebooks that she's replacing right now, in addition to, she always buys new ones for the freshman class coming in. Those ones that are outdated, they're going to expire and not be updated and be able to be used at all.
Okay.
So,
Here's Tess.
no, Tess, I'm sorry, is that right?
Yeah, those Chromebooks can no longer be updated, they're no longer any good. So the buyback program is for the companies that want to take those back and refurbish them.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. So you can hear me, that's good, right?
Yeah, I heard you very well.
I'll make a motion, we accept the consent agenda.
Second.
Mr. Winkler,
Yes.
Mr. Beck,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith.
Yes. Motion carries, which brings us to old business. I want to preface this with, we had a few questions about what the board, moved last meeting as far as the, reopening the capacity. When we approved the start date, the capacity was at 50%. That was option 2, like in the middle of that page. So I just wanted to clarify, if there's any questions, that was part of that motion, that they start September 8 with the kids, and then in that paragraph, it talks about the school will be at 50% capacity for orientation and safety training. So. All right, so we can move on with school reopening update. Is that you? Jennifer?
No, well,
No?
we got Mr. Ashley on that wants to talk about the cafeteria side of it.
Okay.
We have Mr. Kozik who's gonna talk about the special ed side, and Linda who's gonna talk about the transportation side of it.
And is Mr. Ashley going first?
First up, yes, the food service. Yes, Mr. Ashley, you wanna discuss that?
Okay, yeah, we, looking at it, with the 100% in-person learning with remote virtual learning options, basically everybody returns 5 days a week using established health and safety protocols, using an in-person learning format with remote and virtual options for families. We'll provide meals in multiple formats, in person and for grab and go. Breakfast is going to be a prepackaged grab and go meal, but they had talked about having them at the entranceways. We would have to make sure that we have mobile refrigeration in each school that can be moved to the entranceway to maintain the grab and go's temperatures within the safe temperature guidelines and not trip breakers. Otherwise, the children will have to be served in the cafeteria because we have to maintain the temperatures. And that's just an experience thing because we did do that for another reason in a school that I was in, and that was the plan, and the breakers tripped. So the mobile refrigeration couldn't be used. Also, at least one employee who has received instruction and method to prevent choking and has demonstrated ability to perform the Heimlich maneuver needs to be present while students are being served food. So serving food in areas outside the cafeteria will require trained staff to supervise. Also, if the district determines that they would provide meals, breakfast, and lunch to students who have selected a remote learning option, we would request a specific time for meal pickup at their assigned school and require the meal to be ordered following an established procedure. The USDA has not granted an attendance waiver, so all meals would have to be accounted for by the student's first and last name, and they would have to, at this point, still pick them up. For lunch, dismissed by class 10 minutes apart. The students must wear masks to enter the lunch line with 6 feet distancing. Most items will be placed on the student's tray by the food service staff. There'd be an elimination of all shared items, and students will provide their ID for the cashier for checkout. Pre-wrapped plasticware and condiments will be provided by request by the cashier. Disposable trays will be used universally. Students will be assigned to a specific area for lunch, either the classroom or the cafeteria with 6 foot distancing and safety precautions in place. Signage and floor markings will assist in maintaining the social distancing and other safety protocols. The menus would be the regular menus, consistent with the regulations will be offered. Water access, the National School Lunch Program includes providing water access. Water filling stations have been ordered to be mounted on the water fountains. Water fountains will not be able to be used for direct contact drinking. For the 100% hybrid learning, which allows the campus to reopen K to 12 with a hybrid schedule, providing alternating days, A and B groups of in-person learning, and 100% remote virtual options available for families. The food and nutrition services will continue to provide meals in multiple formats, in-person and grab and go, as listed under the yellow Plan A. We would streamline menus consistent with the regulations. A limited number of entrees and side options may be necessary to reduce the complexity. Fruit and vegetable options will be prepackaged. Just as a note, FNS would not have the manpower to provide lunches for students on campus and provide delivery services for remote services or for remote students. FNS recommends coordinating delivery at specific pickup locations between FNS and the school transportation offices for grab and go meals for remote learning only students. At this time, ODE Nutrition Services has advised school food service directors that they are not required to provide lunch to those students who have selected a virtual learning academy. We've also asked for guidance and requested from ODE more guidance as we get through this process, but we have not gotten an answer back yet to a couple of questions. If it's 100% remote learning, all students will be remote learning at home, provided by the students' assigned teachers. Virtual online learning option will be still available. Consideration for full closure will be based on the health and safety of all students and staff, and may be based on recommendations by the state of Ohio, the CDC, and the health departments. Under the red plan, the food and nutrition services will provide curbside grab and go meals twice per week for pickup at designated locations. Order prep and serving logistics, per the existing FDA food code requirement, employees who are sick should not come to work. If an employee becomes ill or shows symptoms of an illness, the supervisor will confirm the signs during a pre-work screening and follow established policies on when an ill employee is allowed to return to work. At a minimum, however, follow CDC guidelines and any recommendations from the local health department. Employee illness could become a major factor in smoothly providing services this year, because typically you have a person out for a couple of days. This could be for a couple of weeks. Pre-screening, anyone entering the school building will pass through an infrared body temperature scanner monitored by the school nurse, which will take their temperature. The CDC indicates that Monroe County Department of Health will have indicated any temperature over 100.4 degrees indicates a fever. PPE, the food service staff will be required to wear masks consistent with board policy and gloves. The staff will regularly emphasize the proper protocols for hand washing, glove wearing, and social distancing. The food service staff shall follows the public health requirements, including CDC and FDA, and works with custodial staff and guidance from local experts for required cleaning. Before reopening for the 2021 school year, custodials will complete a thorough deep cleaning and sanitizing process focusing on high contact areas. Tips on deep cleaning and training will take place prior to school opening. The custodial staff will receive a refresher training from the Department of Health for cleaning routines with focus on high contact areas, door handles, light switches, etc. The cafeteria, lunch line, serving line will be sanitized after each group. Disinfectant products can be used effectively against COVID-19 using the EPA list will be provided, as well as using a 1/3 cup bleach added to a gallon of water when appropriate. Appropriate gloves will be worn for cleaning, separate from preparing food, to sanitize food areas and equipment. Workstation and food prep areas when possible. Workstations will be staggered so food service staff can avoid standing directly opposite one another or next to each other. If space doesn't allow for distancing, prep areas may have to be reconfigured. Physical barriers such as partitions or plexiglass will be placed at each cashier station. New technology to reduce person-to-person interaction. The contact payment system is being provided and trained prior to school opening. Floor signage, tape, and/or cones to ensure students stay separate while waiting to be served will be used. And limiting the number of employees allowed in break or storage areas at the same time will be implemented, as well as minimizing the amount of time shared in small spaces with others. Any questions?
And water, I'm assuming there's still food and milk, you just discussed the water because they're being retrofitted?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
There's still milk, like milk and juice available? You mentioned water, but I'm assuming that's because those things are being retrofitted?
Yeah, that's a, yeah, milk and juice is still available, but the USDA through the National School Lunch Program requires water is available for students. You've had water fountains and stuff like that, but you don't want to have kids using water fountains one after the other, so they're putting in a different kind of water dispensing system.
So will we have bottles, or are the students required to bring their own bottle?
Or disposable cups. Mr. Ashley, will the kids need to bring their own water bottles for the water?
I'll have to find that out to see if we're going to provide, cups. But then if we're doing that, then that would be a communal area. But it would be advisable for the students to bring their own. That way it's in their possession.
Thank you.
Sarah?
Yes.
It's Cindy. I believe in the health plan, or one of the plans you passed, there was a piece in there about water bottles, for students to bring their water bottles because of the new functioning water fountains that would be put in place. They could refill those.
I thought we talked about that, because I think I kind of jokingly said we could get advertisers to donate water bottles for the kids.
Yes, yes. I think it was approved in one of the policies.
My bottle or your bottle?
We'll put their names on it. Decorated in order. Any other questions on the food service plan? Do we want to accept these plans individually or all at once?
I would do this one as, you're good with it, do it.
I'll make a motion, we accept the food plan as presented.
Second.
Open.
Yes. I voted yes. My computer's being really slow. I did vote yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Abstain.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Motion carries. 1 down, 16 to go. No. There it is. All right, so the next one in the package is special ed.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, special education, I broke these down into the 3 areas, the 3 color codes, and I'm being very positive. I even wore yellow tonight, so we're gonna stay in yellow the entire year, so we're not even gonna have to worry about hybrid or remote. But at any rate, they're broken down into the first plan with yellow. With special ed students, they will receive their 5 days of in-school instruction. However, they do have the option to opt out. And when a parent selects that option, then the IEP team will have to meet and will have to come up with a plan for them. So there's going to be a meeting for those students that are on IEPs that will try to go remote, and hopefully they're successful in that. But if you follow along with that, those guidelines, the second one, the hybrid, this one's a little different because the first part, the special needs students, if they're in self-contained resource rooms, they're going to attend 4 days of in-school instruction. And that's different from the Gen Ed students because they are going to be a 2-1-2. But we're going to have these self-contained, these are the high-need students. They're going to be attending 4 days of instruction, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Wednesday will be their remote pencil paper packet learning day. Okay, then if you go down to the special needs student enrolled in the inclusion program, those are the majority of our students. They're going to attend either the 2 or 4 days per week, and that's going to be determined by the IEP team. In other words, if we have a student that is in need of more than 2 days, and they can come 4 days, then we're going to have that team make that decision. If they feel that student really needs to be there 4 days. So that'll be left up to the IEP team, and that includes, of course, the parents. Then we also have students in our new behavioral intervention classroom at Powhatan Elementary. We're going to have them go 4 days per week. The Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Wednesday will be their remote packet learning day as well. And we also have students enrolled in Belmont County Alternative Program, which is what we call BCAP, and they're going to be going 5 days per week. So they're open the full week. If, and hopefully it doesn't happen, we go to 100% remote learning, we're still going to have some of these special needs students attend. You can see the first one there, if they're in the inclusion program, they're going to have 5 days of remote. So they're going to be out, primarily virtually learning. The second bullet, the special needs that are in self-contained rooms, we're going to have them attend 4 days per week, provided that the parent provides the transportation, because we won't have any buses running at that time. Now, some of those IEPs have transportation in them as a service, so we're going to have to address those and provide that transportation. We'll have to run a van or some type of bus to get them there.
Well, Larry, I got a question.
Yes, go ahead, Ron.
Would it be cheaper to reimburse the mileage than what it would be run a van or anything, if that come down to it?
It's possible. We've done that in the past.
Yes, I know you
think,
did, that's why.
yeah, that's a possibility, especially if we have 2 or 3 in the same household, and the parent could take them. Yeah, that's a possibility.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's okay. That's a good question.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then if we have those students in BCAP, then they are going to be remote if we're in red, because they're not going to be open at that time. So that, of course, is Belmont County. Let's see, if we have students enrolled at the behavior classrooms at Powhatan, they will have the option to attend 4 days per week. of in-school, and that's the Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Wednesday is going to be the open remote day for everyone, providing that the pair provides transportation again. And then the last part there just says, we'll have to, if we can't do those things, we'll have to have the IEP team meet, and we'll have to address the needs of the child at that point. If it goes to purple, then everybody's remote at that point. Okay, any questions over those three areas? If you look at the next part is addressing service providers. Many of the IEPs have related services. That's our speech language pathologists, the PTs, the OTs, and vision teachers. You can see that they will still have the opportunity, if they go, if we're in yellow and orange, they can still have that in-person service. However, if the parent chooses the remote option, then we're going to have to try to get them in and have that service provider service their whatever they're getting as far as OT or PT speech, but the parents will have to provide transportation at that time. Okay, if they're doing remote, but they have a related service, then they'll have to get them to the school because they wouldn't be having a bus. It'll have to be an appointment type of setup with each of the providers. So they'll have to make those arrangements with the providers. And then parents using remote, but they're requesting meeting service providers are required to provide transportation unless it's in their IEP. This applies to codes yellow, orange, and red as outlined by the health department. Purple, all services will have to be remote or virtual. And those are challenging because it's difficult to do physical therapy when you're remote. But they were very successful when we were out last spring. The PT and the OT were constantly working with those children and getting them services. They were showing them how to do things online. So I was real pleased with their performances. Okay, the next part, individual education program. These are just some bullets that really pertain mostly to developing the IEP and having the team determine what those least restrictive environments are. Having the collaboration, communication with the parent is important, and that's what we're going to be stressing. So you can read those over. There's really nothing out of the ordinary there. A lot of that came from the ODE recommendations. And then the next one is the least restrictive environment, what we call the LRE. Same thing there. I took some of those right from the ODE's packet that they sent out to us. Again, it's something that we have to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the child and they're in their right environment. And then finally, the specially designed instruction. That, of course, is the key part of the IEP and probably going to be the most challenging for our remote students. But again, it's something that's going to have to be written into the IEP, and they're going to have to do the best they can to follow those. Whether it's remote, if they come in, it's not a problem, but the remote virtual learning is going to be more challenging. But our remote options, of course, are going to be Blue Sky and the district remote plan, what we have with our teachers. Okay, I know that was a lot, but any questions over any of those areas?
What was your other remote option besides Blue Sky?
It was the district remote plan, what we're going to do with our district teachers. There's also attached to that, there's also a waiver for the parent to sign if they're going to opt out of in-person instruction. And this is strictly legal because we have to have some type of document that's saying that the parent is not really accepting everything in that IEP. It's going to be, we're going to have to make plans, new plans, that are going to be different than the original IEP. It's more of a watered down. What they do, they're looking at the transition services, their measurable goals, their specially designed instruction, any related service. And that's gonna primarily be the type of plan that we're gonna have for these students. And there's also a document in there that shows the type of, plan, a contingency plan, which addresses what the students will learn in each scenario, whether we're in or remote or full remote or a hybrid plan. So it gets legal when we start talking about special education, as Mr. Shoemaker knows, been involved with it, but it's very legal to begin with without COVID. Now that this has happened, this is really compounding. So we have to stay on top of it, and we have to make sure we're doing things legally and by the guidance we're getting from ODE. They've been putting quite a bit out recently. So that's primarily the gist of our plan. Any questions or comments?
I do, Larry.
Go ahead.
Do you feel like, just kind of going off what you just said as far as legally for the special needs people, do you feel like you have the backing of the ODE when it comes to time and requirements and services if you can't provide them accordingly because of the situation? Because you know what happens, an advocate will come from Columbus and they'll say that my child's not getting 27 minutes of speech therapy. And I know that comes back on us, but that's something the ODE is going to back us on because of the situation.
The ODE guidance I've been getting is primarily if we are making a good faith effort. That's what they've been telling us last spring. If we're making that good faith effort in trying to get those minutes for each of those students, then it's not really going to be a problem for us. Yeah, I think they will. I think we're not the only district going through these types of problems with special needs, but we have so many of them. You know, Caldwell, some of our surrounding neighbors, I mean, they got 80 IEPs. I've got close to 500. So, you know, we got special needs students all over, and they're very complex, some of the IEPs. So we're going to have to really try to keep tabs on each of them. Yeah, I think ODE will support us.
Any other questions or observations?
Hey, Rob, I got one question. I should have asked back when the lunch thing was. Have we been getting many free and reduced lunch papers out and people filling them out or not?
What's that?
Would that be Chris's lunch?
Well, yeah. Mr. Ashley?
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask it. I had.
No, you're fine. I think he's still on, no,
Maybe Linda.
he's still on.
That's all right, but I mean, the public knows.
Yeah. Linda, can you, respond to Mr. Winkler? He's wanting to know about free and reduced lunch applications.
Yeah, those applications are in the enrollment packets as well as posted online, like they were last year.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Linda.
But we probably won't, we're probably not getting that many back right now, but when school starts is when we need to.
It's nice if we would.
Well,
Yeah.
the parents have been told to fill out their learning plans, but I don't think they've been told to fill out their enrollment packets or whatever you.
Usually right when school starts, you know, it used to be the old, you handed out the paper packets and they took it home, and, okay, have it back by the end of this week and so on. But I think they're granted up to 30 days. If they were on it last year, they're granted the same for this first 30 days until they get a new enrollment and free and reduced lunch form turned in.
The packets that were sent out that had to be back by the 12th, that was in that packet?
No, that wasn't in that.
That was just their learning intention. So
There
it
was
was going,
emergency med papers in there though.
Right.
I filled it out for Maggie. There was nothing about lunch or anything like that in my packet.
I didn't get it. I filled out one form.
That's how I did.
Yeah, they always go out beginning of school.
It's just nice if
What
we
it would be
would
on the
fill
website.
it
Yeah, that
out.
was the intention of who's coming back as far as remote or in
Right.
school, but there was emergency med was all in that. And that's typically all in the same packet. That's why I wondered if there was, if I missed something or if it's all online now. It was last year, wasn't it?
I went to drop my phone off at Westfield. The Lord told me that package would be sent in the beginning.
So I thought I missed something.
And
It will be online.
Okay.
It'll be online, through what you set up, what we set up last year.
People to work online on the free and reduced lunch, that will go through the food service, and they'll have to change their platform.
Yeah, pay schools.
Okay, so that'll go through them, but we can coordinate. And, the nurses requested to get the emergency medical forms out before school started, so they can start gathering. So that, otherwise, that would have come out the first week that kids were in school.
Yeah, one last thing on the special ed, the opt-out form that the parents are going to be signing, back to your question there, Greg. It says that the parent is opting out of the instruction offered by the IEP, so we have to make a new IEP. That's that simple plan. But it also says the parent waives any claim that the district failed to implement the student's IEP while the student participated in the remote plan. So, you know, we're trying to cover it there. And then it also says that the parent agrees that the district is not required to make up any services, like if they don't get those 25 minutes. So if we make that good faith effort, I think our service providers do an excellent job, I think. I mean, they're really on top of this, and last spring, when we had that chaos going on, I didn't even have to tell some of them. I mean, they start jumping in and doing things on their own, that really impressed me, so I'm really confident that they can do the job. But I think, you know, that this is going to be a form paper. If some parent wants to challenge this legally down the road, you know, that may happen. I've seen it happen before. So,
So is that a standard form for the state?
This is the one that the attorneys came up with, I believe, that
Okay.
Cindy sent to me. She had worked with them on this.
All right. That was my next question.
All right, any other questions? I'll make a motion that we accept the special education plan as presented.
I'll second it.
Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Winkler,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Gus,
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker.
Yes.
And next up is the transportation guidelines.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Okay, Linda?
okay. Plan A, this is from the Transportation Committee, along with Department of Health and CDC guidelines. Plan A is 5 days a week coming back with 100% classroom with remote and virtual options for the families. The seating on the bus would be boarding from the back to the front and unloading from the front to the back. The students would be assigned to specific seats by the bus driver, and the seating chart would remain on the bus for reference if needed. Social distancing would be observed on all bus routes with students assigned to every other seat if practical. As you'll see, there's a note down there that says, due to special circumstances, crowded routes or lack of buses, lack of drivers, it may not be feasible for all routes to accommodate students with the social distancing of 6 feet apart. In this case, students will be assigned 2 per seat, up to 40 students per bus, but all will be wearing masks. And family members that have masks may also sit with each other on the bus. Now, the mask, again, is a state demand that students, drivers, and anyone on the bus would have a mask. The drivers will have extra protection, gloves, disinfectant, and hand sanitizer on the bus. And if a student removes their mask, the bus driver will instruct the student to put their mask back on And if they don't, or they continue to remove it, they can report them to the principal when they get to their destination. Now, Plan B is almost identical to Plan A. The main difference is the number of students. You'd be going alternating days with half the number of students, and there'd be more of an emphasis to be able to do the social distancing. And if you get to the Plan C, which is a remote learning, then transportation would be suspended unless required for a special event or a sporting event. Then you get to staff safety. All drivers and office staff and mechanics will maintain a 6-foot distance when possible. The chairs have been removed from the common areas like the break rooms and the parking lots and entrance, so there will be no congregation between runs, the bus runs. You get to the next page on driver training. All drivers will receive training on proper disinfecting procedures for the school bus. In fact, August 6th, Jason already went through their in-service and trained them in the CDC recommendations. They included the minimum of proper cleaning, disinfecting techniques, the proper use and disposal of the personal protective equipment, safe product usage, and the guidelines from the EPA products for chemical safety, and proper methods to empty and dispose of trash. Now, 6 student procedures, typically they should be home, but the school district and the health department procedures will be followed for any potentially ill students. A potential isolation zone for a school bus will be identified when it arrives on campus if there is a student that becomes ill or is suspected of being ill. And the isolation procedures for all students on that bus will be maintained. And if you get into the cleaning and sanitizing between runs, every bus will be cleaned between each run. The Department of Health and Belmont County Department of Health all have had input to requirements, including the Department of Highway Patrol. And they would work with the custodial staff and guidance from any local experts for required cleaning. So before reopening the school, a thorough deep cleaning and sanitizing process will take place, focusing on high contact areas on the buses. And then training and tips on deep cleaning and training will take place prior to school opening. Disinfectant products that can be used effectively against the virus. Again, there's a list EPA provides. And the appropriate gloves and any PPE will be worn for cleaning. Additional cleaning or decontamination of school buses using the CDC approved disinfectants when wiping down surfaces. Each school bus will be wiped down after each run, including morning run, afternoon run, and any special runs. Items to be wiped down include the entry handrails, the fronts and the backs of the seats, and any hardware or accessories, windows, window handles, and walls. And in addition, any exterior surfaces and hardware of the entry door, as well as the driver controls of the bus, such as the steering wheel, mirrors, and any area wiped down. And then you go to hand sanitizer stations for the school bus drivers. They will have the hand sanitizers to be used for students getting on the bus or getting off the bus. All bus occupants, students and driver will be encouraged to utilize the hand sanitizer station. And the drivers will also have hand sanitation stations where they enter the building or the bus area. Training for all drivers, including the subs, on proper hand sanitation and for themselves and the students will take place prior to school opening. Signage and student education, prominently posted signage indicating the proper method to protect others when coughing or sneezing on the bus. In addition, all students will be properly educated in the procedures of utilizing these guidelines, like tissues. Each bus will have tissues available for students who cough or sneeze. And in addition, a trash disposal station will be readily available on the bus. Students will be educated in the proper disposal of used tissues. Drivers will dispose of tissues after each run as part of disinfecting the bus. And any passengers on that route may be exposed to COVID will be notified in accordance with the district and the local health department with their procedure. Pre-screening, anyone entering the school buildings, including the bus drivers entering the bus station, will pass through the infrared body temperature scanner, which is monitored by the school nurse. which will take their temperature before they enter the bus. And then the event of a staff illness, the employees who are sick should not come to work, or if an employee becomes ill or shows symptoms of an illness, their supervisor will confirm the signs during a pre-work screening and follow the established procedures on when an ill employee is allowed to return to work. They would be sent home, and then they'd have to get a doctor's excuse to come back. And at a minimum, the district will follow local department health guidelines for the COVID-19 when an employee has any COVID-19 symptoms. Immediately, the employees who report to work with the COVID-19 symptoms or a temperature over 100.4 Fahrenheit will be separated in arrangements for private transportation home. And then after anyone is suspected or confirmed to have the virus that has been in the workplace, the custodial cleaning staff will clean and sanitize the areas where the ill employee was confined or any areas utilized by that employee. And communication-wise, the staff will regularly emphasize the proper protocols for hand washing, glove wearing, and social distancing. And students will be trained in the proper use of using the tissues on the bus or getting rid of them, and also social distancing. That's it for now.
So if they're loading from front to back and you have a kindergartner getting on at the second stop, are they still gonna put them clear in the back of the bus?
That's a good question. I mean, the first 2 seats on the bus are going to be empty, and then it's up to the bus driver to assign seats. But that's the plan, is to start from the back to the front. That's the CDC guidelines.
Linda, do we have any idea, the numbers on our buses, our bus routes?
Yes. Yes, we do. They can range anywhere from 10 students to 30 students, depending on the day and the location.
Well, I mean, have we reached out to the families to see who's going to attend, or did they indicate on the enrollment form that they needed?
Yes, in the enrollment form, there's an application to say whether they're going to ride the bus or not ride the bus, or they're going to drive a car, or someone's going to take them. Yes, their options are all on that application.
So do we have the results? Do we have those numbers?
Not yet. I don't think the packet's gone out yet. Has it, Rob? You know, the enrollment, or maybe Jennifer, you know?
We did a pre-survey, but we have not officially asked who's riding the bus to do so to provide transportation. We're waiting until this piece is approved before we roll that out.
Actually, Jennifer, that was on the enrollment form that was due yesterday.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, sorry. It was included on the enrollment form.
Okay. Cindy, has anybody been tallying those numbers, or?
Well, they started to come in. I saw some coming in from the principals today, but honestly, I don't, unless Jennifer, you were collecting tallies, but not as we're speaking. They were due yesterday into the buildings.
I see on these, plans, it's 100.4. Is that what we used on the other plans we've approved, or was it 100?
It's 100.4. Yeah, for all the plans.
So has that changed? Do we need to update that on the other plans? Is that the new guideline?
I think it's always been 100.4, but we were erring on the side of caution and just
Okay.
going 100, giving that margin of
I think
error.
that'd be consistent. I think we're gonna get confused if one's 100.4 and one's 100.
I think the CDC came out with that because they were using Celsius as the 38 Celsius, which converts to 100.4.
That's true.
Anyone else think we ought to be consistent?
Oh, yeah, I agree. I was just thinking about this, the one where we're putting 2 in a seat, and I don't, I kind of equate busing with sports. we shouldn't be telling them to mask up and 6 foot distancing and wash your hands when we throw them on a bus right beside someone. That's inconsistent and contradictory. That's why I was asking about the numbers. I'm wondering how many full buses do
Yeah, before school starts, every bus driver will have a list of, by name, the students on their bus and on their route. So you'll know how many numbers and who they are.
Sarah, this is Cindy. I apologize. I'm looking at the enrollment form and it is not on there. And the intention was to put the busing on that form. So that's my fault. I have overlooked that. So we haven't collected it at this point.
So will that go out like in the enrollment package that they're talking about then, or?
Yeah, we will have to do that now. I can go out with the Jennifer, the nursing form, the health forms haven't gone out yet, right? So we can put it in with the health forms. I meant to put it on this form.
I didn't see a health form. I filled out the intent for learning, but I didn't see a health form.
Emergency medical authorization form, but it's in the forms on the website, not right with return to learning.
Yeah, I don't think the students have been informed to fill that out yet.
How are we getting the word out to them to tell them this is what is needed?
All calls, social media, website, and personal phone calls. Principals were calling individual homes this week and asking, or leaving a message to have them call and saying they needed those forms.
Casey, are you guys taking any kind of tally that you know, like as you're reaching out to your parents?
We have not done anything with the transportation. We were just working this week on trying to get I think most of the principals just trying to get who's on Blue Sky, who's on remote, who's in person. I know we narrowed down our list to just a few families that we haven't heard anything from at all. But we had not asked anything about the transportation.
Once we get this approved.
But I was thinking, like, once we know what the families, a lot of them were saying it depends what, just informally talking to them, like, we want to know what the situation is on the bus. For example, if you're going full capacity on the bus, I may decide to bring my student in. Whereas if you're not, I might ride the bus. So I think once we know the plan as principals, we could reach out then and start to tally that next. But I think if we call them now, they'll say, well, what's the capacity? And I'll be like, I don't know. I mean, it's just.
Well, you'll know who's remote.
We know who's remote, we know who's Blue Sky, and we know who's coming in person now. So,
What percentage coming in
for us,
person?
we had it was about 90% and 10%. 90% in, about 10% out. I don't know across the district if that's.
Yeah, you have the numbers as of today, but not by percentage, by
Yeah,
actual numbers.
we typed, I know I typed up each grade a number, so we can figure it out.
So she said that there's a list of routes, and do you have that information, or is that Jason?
Jason has it, but I pretty much know, for the most part, who's on what bus, almost. I'm sure Beth and I guarantee you, we could look at every kid and probably say which bus they're on, just informally. But once we know the plan, I think we could definitely, it wouldn't take us long to get a number, I don't think, as the principals, if we started digging down into it. Once we know for sure. But they're gonna wanna know, like, are the buses full capacity with masks? I know I watched the WINES conference, and they said basically, as far as they saw it, we could go full capacity if they wore the mask and faced forward. But I guess it's up to the local decision. Whatever we decide, we just have to relay that information.
So you just said if they're fully masked and facing forward.
Right. Yeah,
So how many buses right now that happens on? I mean, of course not the mask, but how many buses do the students sit there and face forward?
I'm just telling you what they said, the doctor said on
No, I'm asking the question.
No, I'm just answering, first of all, I'm just saying, that's what they said. That's what the policy
Yeah.
was. And, you know, I think if whatever the policy is, we'll just have to let the parents make the decision. I mean, I get what you're getting at. You wanna go half capacity on the buses.
No, I'm getting at, do we need an aide on the buses? Because
It would probably help, yeah.
You know, make them,
stay
they're supposed to
in
do,
the
but-
seat they're
right.
supposed to be in, have their mask on and facing forward.
We don't have facing forward in this policy, is it,
I think that's just a typical,
That's bus rules, those are bus rules.
yeah.
Oh,
Can I
okay.
say something, and I understand what you're saying, that everybody in this county has gathered, some capacity or not, with way more than 10 people, guaranteed, guaranteed. I understand your concern, Ben, I really do, but I don't think a bus ride with masks on are gonna make it any worse than them going to a family reunion or a birthday party, and there's been tons of things, I see on Facebook all the time, people are gathering in droves.
But there are families that
You
haven't
would-
gathered.
Yeah.
Not very many. Was you in Woodsville this past weekend?
Nope.
There was hundreds of people, hundreds, and not even from Woodsville, all over. There was 100 and some old cars and trucks. There was a
Street
cruise
fair?
there. Yeah.
Wow.
And I don't think I saw,
I didn't see anybody.
not one, but I'm not saying it's not right. I'm just saying that you're gonna find out real quick if this is gonna spread or not. And I think that's
You're
why.
right, we are.
And that's why we put everything into effect. You can't go wishy-washy. If we start in yellow, we gotta go in yellow, until the next step happens. And at that, what if a parent can't get the kid to school? What if they have to ride a school bus? And there's a bunch of this. Are you going?
And it may change daily.
Yes, it may change daily, and if we run into, I think we get caught up into what ifs too much. But I
No,
understand your
I'm
concern.
asking if we need an aide on the bus.
I mean, are we gonna pay somebody to ride a bus?
If we put an aide on there and they're helping our bus drivers, yeah, that's gonna be our paid
I mean,
position.
what's the accountability of a person on the bus, when the bus driver says, you need to sit, face forward, keep your hands to yourself? That's a rule. If they can't, they're off the bus. Simple as that. I don't think we need to pay somebody to do a job that is expected of an individual. And I think we get too soft sometimes, and kids bounce around a bus, and and not because the bus driver don't have control, obviously that person's driving the bus. But I think the accountability factor, I'm not against paying somebody, is that, we have to go to that extreme to make children mind rules. That's what bothers me the most.
I think it depends on your children on the bus.
It shouldn't matter. I
And
mean,
if it depends on the bus
your
driver, I
children-
know, but I bet you that people, behave for this bus driver
Yes,
as
exactly.
opposed to this bus driver.
Sure.
Maybe this bus driver tolerates more, you know, and
but I think the seriousness and the education of the parents, and the parents telling their children, you are expected to sit in your seat, face forward, keep your mask on. My daughter is scared to death to get the corona. Every time I call for sneeze, she goes, "You got the corona, Dad?" You know, but she knows, and that's a special needs child that doesn't understand the concept. She just knows that's not a good thing.
Yeah.
She's gonna sit in her seat with her mask on and not touch anybody. You know what I'm saying? The accountability of it.
well, you also have kids that their parents are telling them, you don't have to wear a mask, don't worry.
Then they don't ride the bus.
If they don't have a mask on,
They don't get on the bus.
They go right to the office and.
They don't get on the bus,
So I
right?
guess we can take care of it that way, we can just, off the bus.
Yeah, 100%.
The bus driver should write it up and bring it to the principal.
That's
That'd
a
be
rule, right?
disciplinary. Yeah, that'd be an infraction of the rule.
And if they refuse to put it on to get on the bus, we don't have to allow them to get on the bus, right?
I wouldn't think so.
No, I
Okay,
wouldn't.
what are you gonna do when that kid doesn't have a mask and mom and dad have already left? Or there's nobody home?
They're waiting
What
to get on the
does
bus.
that, yeah, what does that bus driver do? I'm just,
But we have to provide the mask, if it's
give him a mask and
mandatory.
put him on the bus?
Yeah, I think that's the way we get out of that
Yeah.
one, but
Yeah.
if they're sitting there for half an hour after their parents leave for work,
Can't we?
you can't leave them there, but in the same sense, they just left them there for half an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
you will lose that in accountability because we were supposed to pick them up, but, you know, we have to have mask boxes, I'm sure, on each bus.
And we have a large percentage of parents that already drive their students to school.
That was my next question.
And when you get on our buses, last year, like when I got on the buses, honestly, I was like, man, I'm kind of surprised we run all these buses with half capacity as they are now.
Good.
Because it takes an hour and a half to pick those few kids up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
and I would look for even more parents probably that are gonna drive them in. So, other schools may be more compact than Belleville.
Go to Woodsville Elementary.
I'm not going over there.
At the end
no.
of school.
That's Josh.
Sorry,
He'll
John.
be, yeah, he'll have to deal with all
They're,
this.
they're parked clear around the high school.
But those hiccups.
And it's probably gonna be worse.
Yeah, it will be worse.
It will be.
But, you know, if that's the way they wanna do it and protect that's less on the bus, it kinda,
Right,
Fine.
that helps the bus driver.
Oh, absolutely.
it helps all the way around. But I mean, I'm not saying what Bev's saying is not unwarranted, I agree with the social distancing, but in the same sense, we gotta hold people in general accountable to obey the rules.
Simple as that.
But when you're talking people, when we talk kindergarten, first grade, then it's not people, it's kids.
There still should be held accountable, they're
Yeah,
school
but
age.
come on, let's be reasonable here.
I am, but I'm telling you,
Okay.
I think we've lacked as a society in enforcing certain rules. And now we're in a serious, these kids have never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything like this.
Right.
And we need to take it serious to tell our children and everybody that you want to get through. Linda said it. Wear the mask. It'll make it go down, or make it stay away or go away. I think her kids are in Cincinnati. I have a brother in Cincinnati, and how many people are there? How many schools? Population, the density. They can get it to go down, we surely can control it.
For all the plans, I'm just not comfortable with 2 kids on in the seat. That's mine.
From different houses.
Yes, from different, brothers and sisters, pile them all in them. I don't feel like that's safe. I feel like it's contradictory to what we're trying to do in the classroom. It's gonna save them more. We, talked to Monroe County Transportation, see if we can get those vehicles
Are
or,
those eligible to transport, I thought, anything larger than 9 persons? I don't know if you can use those to transport students, unless there's maybe a waiver through COVID. I know through OSBA training, you couldn't have anything like the Monroe County Transportation vans. They didn't meet the safety requirements. Now, there may be some exception to this.
Nothing I'm aware of. Station's never mentioned it. I mean, there's gonna be some bus routes where, depending on when parents give us their information, whether they're gonna put their kids on the bus or not, once we pass this, but, I mean, there's gonna be some situations maybe where if we're going 100%, we're gonna have to have 2 kids per seat and masked up. I mean, I just can't see us buying 15 new buses and trying to find 15 additional bus drivers. No, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, that's
The
one.
bus drivers,
Drivers aren't there either.
Yeah.
we'll never find them, we'll never find drivers. Something we're gonna have to try to do, and then, if we have to revisit this transportation plan at a later date, make adjustments, and, we do that at that time.
Well, the parents kind of have an idea how many kids are on their bus currently.
Right,
So
I'm
they're going to
sure.
know if they're on a bus that's already crowded or not crowded.
I'll tell you what, I'm up for this transportation plan here, what she every other seat, you ain't gonna get enough kids on the bus.
No, but it says, if you look under the note there, that was something I was thinking too.
The supersede note, due to special circumstances, crowded routes, lack of buses, lack of drivers, it may not be feasible for all routes to accommodate students. Social distancing and 6 feet apart.
In this case, students will be assigned 2 per seat, up to 40 students per bus. So that can be done if you have a crowded route. And that's gonna be a good bit of
What
our
did
route.
Linda think of this?
What's that?
What did Linda think of that specific note?
Well, this went through the Department of Health and Linda read it. He said that our plans met the Department of Health standards. So,
Now, how many buses do we have right now that run more than 40 students per bus?
with 36 buses.
How many seats are on a bus?
22.
22,
Yeah. Say if it's 3 per seat, which is impossible.
Yeah, it's 22.
Me too.
I'm
Sure,
going
11.
out in the aisle, but.
There's 22, you can fit 44 on a bus, but they're saying you gotta, didn't they say you have to take the seats out behind the bus driver?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would cut it to 40 total seats if you do 2 per 20 times 2.
Well, we don't have many buses that fit.
Well, I know.
Right. Yeah. I think the largest that I saw was around 30 on a list.
If I take your 2 seats out, why don't you just walk them off?
They don't take them out, they're just not allowing students
I
to
know,
sit
that's
there.
what I'm saying, but you're saying taking them out.
No, not taking them out, there's no one can sit in them.
Okay, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah, so. I think most you've seen on a bus, that, you know, your building's 30, you know, say 8 or 10 of them decide, well, I'm gonna bring my kid, transport my student
I mean, I agree
myself.
with Sarah, like, we should tell the bus drivers, like, families, seat them together. You know, you can seat someone individually, and they're not with a family, I'd say seat them together, like, I agree with that. Try the best you can to do that. Of course, these are the students who are choosing to come back in person. I think if we just tell them the plan, then they'll know what we're trying to do, but I agree with what you're saying, that, I think that for the lawn part, we could probably do that, because most of our families have siblings. 40 of them have more than one person that gets on in a household. I agree, let's just seat them together. And sit with their buddy, maybe that they want to, just have to sit with
Right, their siblings.
their siblings.
Their favorite sibling.
Yeah, bonding.
Let me ask you another question. What if I'm a parent, I got a kid here, my neighbor's got a kid there, they sign a slip, they want our kids set together, what's wrong with that?
Well, there's nothing wrong with that, they're allowed to do that. In
I know that,
this
but-
case, students will be assigned 2 per seat, up to 40 per bus, so they can do that.
Yeah, 'cause if they're already socializing at home,
That's what I'm
there's no
saying.
reason they can't sit on the
What
bus
I'm
together.
saying, don't tell the kid you gotta sit back here by yourself. If 2 neighbors say, hey, our kids can sit together, I'll sign a slip, let them sit together, sign them on the bus.
I think that's a great idea.
You gotta get their social skills back in.
Yeah, that's right, Jerry.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing stopping them from doing that.
I mean, if they're already at each other's house, there's no reason they can't sit
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
If they're friends and one's down here, one's up here,
How about boyfriend, girlfriend?
what's that, Jerry?
How about boyfriend, girlfriend?
Well, none of the parents worry about that, but.
Yeah,
Might not sign off on that one.
yeah, I'm not signing off on that. That's for sure.
Are we including preschool students in our count?
They currently ride the bus?
Some do.
A few. Most of their parents bring them in.
Okay,
There are a handful that may run. Yeah, we maybe want to get with them too, just
Right, because now the, restrictions on preschool yesterday allowed them to go back full capacity. They were at 9 per classroom, now they're allowing them to go back.
They're going to be 6 foot distancing, or they don't care now?
I don't know, I didn't read all of the details, I just know what.
Casey, the ones that ride the bus, do they usually have a sibling already on the bus?
Yeah, that's usually why they're riding. But most of the parents, they're bringing them preschoolers in. Yeah, but usually if they do, that's just because an older brother or sister's already riding.
In that case, they would be sitting together.
Well, does that address your concerns, Ron? Yeah.
Sarah, if it's helpful, if we had a route that had over 40 kids for one pickup, potentially we could possibly use this sub and another bus and have 2 buses for that route.
Can we do that? Do we have a?
Or we may have to adjust the time on that route. Maybe, they go out and pick up the furthest 2/3 of their students, bring them back, drop them off, then go pick up the other 1/3 of the students that are closest to the building. I know Jason had mentioned that.
Yeah, so I think there's logistically options.
Yeah, I mean, that could be done. Jason has already mentioned that.
Yeah, because some of the buses get there early because they have Swiss Hill students. So if they could run, maybe that bus could run and get some other ones that's closer.
Right.
So can we amend this plan, or do we need to look into see if we can do that?
I mean, but Jason already said that, we can do that on certain routes.
But you need to really find out what the numbers are.
What numbers we're looking at.
Table this plan until next meeting.
And then we're gonna have parents that we're trying to get information from parents to get we gotta get the plan out to them so we can get some data back from them.
I mean, I think that, I don't know, you guys chime in, the problem is the 2 per seat. And if you tell them what was proposed was the 2 per seat, but we're looking at adding a bus to reduce that possibility.
Yeah, but we're not gonna be able to add that many buses.
Well, again, I think if we find out the numbers, put it out there, this particular plan, that's gonna make them determine whether they want their child on the bus or not. If it gets to the point where there's too many, then we make a contingency plan to send a van or the bus back out. Again, I'm sure there's options out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with you. We need to get it out there so they can decide, and then get the numbers, and then we can make, if we have to have a special meeting or the next meeting or whatever to make that decision,
We'll have to have
change something.
before school starts anyway. We'll have to have another meeting.
Yeah, if something Jason's got to figure out logistically for the buses, then I just know from experience that there's, just in Woodsville itself, there's a couple buses that run a couple different times, just with the number of kids. I don't know how it's going to be like Casey or Chris and Skyview. I mean, that's a long, there's surely not a need for multiple routes in that respect. I don't know, River seems to be the other issue with the number of students, right? Or in the building, it could potentially be a lot on the, but you're talking about distance.
Yeah.
River's more spread out.
Like Powhatan has a few bus drivers who have
a couple different ways to go. I know Woodsville, just in general, they go through Raleigh District twice. Crazy. That's just one little area in town.
Three routes.
3 routes in Riley? Yeah.
What is it, we're not required to bus kids within 2 miles of the school at a certain age, is that correct?
I think anybody wants picked up, gets picked up.
No.
Yeah, there
No.
used to be 1 mile, I think.
Used to be.
1 mile.
Might have to be sidewalks, and there's not sidewalks.
You're right.
I don't think I think you have to provide transportation, am I right?
No,
No?
Not for certain
I think
ages.
it's within 1 mile.
I'm pretty sure
Well, I
you
think
don't
it's
have, yeah, high
up
school,
to
you
high
do
school
not
students.
have to.
Well, I just would say where Woodsville Elementary is, you don't let kids walk up that, you know.
Down on 78.
Well, I didn't say I'd make any of them walk it.
No, I'm
just
saying,
saying,
it'd be a liability issue to make anybody walk up the hill to Woodsville.
You'll find out, you'll see a lot of the students driving to school, you'll see parents bringing them.
I think
I
so.
think you're
well,
gonna be,
That's why I say get the plan out there.
because I
see
knew
what the
down River
numbers
High
look like.
School, they're around the building, clear down, picking up the kids.
I mean, we can make it better, we can start here, but
I agree with you. I understand your concerns, like I said, but I don't think you're gonna know until you find out all the
Yeah.
information, until we get information. It's a chess match now.
the cycle.
We gotta say, okay, let's do this. They'll get out the information, we get that information. How many special meetings have we had already? We gotta do it again, we gotta do it again. And that's, and it is what it is. Even Linda Dick in here, she didn't have all the answers. She communicates with ODH all the time. She's been told, well, not, how many times she say it's not black and white?
Yeah.
And it isn't, so, you know, I don't know that, we could ask 50 questions on one subject, it'll never come back with the same result.
Yeah, Sarah, I think you could probably add to this plan or amend it to say that where there's a large group, that consideration will be given to additional transportation options.
I'd almost like to see us, like Casey, especially in your situation when, you know, you're talking to the parents, like you keep track of your busing so that you can give that feedback. Oh,
yeah.
Mrs. Smith, you're gonna send your 4 kids, okay, well, you got 40 people on your bus right now. Oh, you're gonna drive them? Great.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
I think we could do that. I do a list of all the buses and how many people we have anticipated on each bus. If
Well,
we just, like we said, if we put the word out,
for the record, Casey volunteers, the principal.
just for me, yeah.
He volunteered himself.
All right,
I volunteer myself.
that's it.
That's kind of how it has to be anyway, really. I mean, from turf, you kind of got to.
Yeah, you know, the family.
We're going to want to know if they're riding the bus or not, really, before we're going to need that information. We might be surprised at how few ride the bus, too. Under these circumstances this year, it might be a lot more we might be really surprised once we get the word out. We're bringing them in.
In all 7.
We already got 10% of them out.
Yeah, there's quite a few that already drive or
High school
Or
kids
dropped
drive,
off.
bring their brothers get younger, and a lot of parents just bring and drop their kids off, and then maybe with concerns over the busing, there might be more just now, just bring them in.
I make a motion, we approve the transportation plan and, modify it if necessary, depending on the size of the student riding the bus.
I'll second it.
Greg, is yours working?
No.
How you want to vote? Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mr. Goss?
Yes.
Shoemaker?
Yes.
Yes. Motion carries. Sorry that was such a laborious task.
Better think about it before you vote.
It is.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know.
Yeah. All right, that is, messed up my menu again here, so.
Discussion.
So we're done on,
Old business.
okay, thank you. Now we'll move to new business, and we have discussion and approval of Monroe County Gold Star Families Memorial Monument.
And that's Mr. Tola.
Again.
Back up, yeah, this is totally separate. You don't care if you're nervous about me touching you, but. I got about 20 of them.
Confection and.
Wait that, please.
Yeah, I'll, Gary. If anyone else wants one.
This is neat.
Yeah, we want to, there's a group, Mitch Shoemaker's involved and some local people from all over the county. But to make a long story short, since it's already, 7:15, the clock's wrong. I thought time was moving quicker than that. So, right beside the football field, we have that monument up there. That belongs to the town, just that monument. So beside it, from there to the fence of the football field, everyone just assumed that was the cemetery's property. They even mow it. So the cemetery was going to let them build this monument right there. Well, guess what? It's the district's property. All these years, once we officially went to the courthouse and got everything, we double, triple checked it. That's district property. Matter of fact, on the other side, clear up to my property, is district property, and Tom Koss has been mowing that for the cemetery, for the district, for probably 40 years. And so we kind of got a laugh about that because the cemetery was going to basically let them build this, and we said, well, it's not the cemetery's property, it's the district's property. So I talked to Mr. Caldwell, and this group is called the Gold Star Family Memorial Group, and they want to make this monument. You can see the picture of it, and on the back, it basically says there have been 61 monuments in 48 states. 78 more are currently in progress. It would take $60,000 to build this, and they've already started raising the money. And basically, it just honors all of the families in Monroe County who lost a loved one in combat. And it would be right beside the other monument there in Bellsville, but it's for all of Monroe County citizens who lost a loved one. And I thought it was kind of neat because a lot of places you're seeing these monuments being tore down. I was like, it'd be nice to build one up. And so they would start in the spring, but this is the first place they would like to build it. It was their number one beside the other monument. But it's district property. The pad would be 18 foot by 25 foot. And so it's pretty good size, and that's exactly what it would look like. So on behalf of the committee, I'm just asking the board if it would be okay to plan on putting this on the district property, maintained by the group. They would obviously maintain it, and I'm sure that maybe Tom will keep mowing. I don't know if he will or not. Now that it's not his property.
I don't know, he's got that name, I charge you.
Yeah, so,
You go right down there in the corner.
yeah, we won't tell him, but we're live on YouTube, so hopefully he's not watching.
Hey, I've got a question. It says tax deductible contribution.
Yep.
Is that a 5013C?
Yeah, I believe that it is. Don't quote me on it,
Okay.
but they have a they do have a, an account set up, and I know they've got $5,000 some already. And on the back there, like Ron said, you can make donations. That's why I wanted to pass it out. They're already taking donations from people to start this, and so.
And I'd like to add something. I talked to Dave Wiles, Saturday in town.
Yeah, he's a big part of it, yeah.
And he mentioned to me, which I didn't ask, because it didn't matter, it's a great thing, but the location was chosen specifically in Belleville because of the whole Vietnam per capita, and they just thought as a committee that would be the right place to put it, and I said, you're 100% right, I wouldn't argue with it anywhere. You know, at some point that if someone wants, because there's, I think you said there's 6 in the state of Ohio currently.
Yeah,
And this would be the 7th?
yeah, and that's a good point. There's people from all over the county on this committee,
Yeah.
not just Belleville.
Right.
And they all agreed throughout Monroe County that it would just be appropriate to put it in Belleville. And it's got a little blurb there about why, and just like Greg said, it's because Belleville lost the most per capita in the Vietnam War than any
Still
place
for
in
the
the
11
nation.
sons of Monroe County that
Yeah.
have lost their lives, and that,
Right,
I always thought there was 11 from Belleville, but it actually was only 6,
but 11 from Monroe County.
11 from Monroe County, but,
Yeah.
I think it's a great cause, and
it's,
I told him, I said, that, absolutely, whatever we can do as a district to put that thing there.
It's for all of the county, not
Yeah.
just Belleville, it's for everybody.
This monument's anyone, not just Vietnam.
Yeah, it's for all
Yeah.
wars,
Anyone.
anyone who
Anybody's
lost
lost
anyone in
family
combat in any war, and it's a memorial for the families that are still.
And it's very impressive. I saw other pictures and stuff that he had, and this black granite that comes
Yeah.
from India.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
There's no black granite in the United States, it has to come from India. They've got to get a certain amount of money to be able to just get it ordered.
And the light shines through, they've got it, it's pretty
Yeah.
neat, at certain times of day, like it'll shine through that soldier picture there. And so,
Yeah, it's very impressive.
it'd be really, really awesome, I think.
Something for the county.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thanks for
I'll
listening.
second it.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Toles.
you.
Maybe you should hold it up to the camera. Thank you.
Where's the
There
camera
on the
Right
ladder.
over there.
On the ladder.
Oh, okay.
The little bitty
Can I see it?
poster.
Up,
Stop.
right
There.
there.
There it is.
There
Move
you
your
go.
fingers.
Move your fingers.
Play the guitar, sing a song.
Yeah.
Casey, you did your sale, now let's go.
All right, let's move on. My wife ordered George's Pizza, so I gotta go. All
Yeah,
right.
my computer's down.
You have about
You gotta
45
bring it back
minutes,
here.
probably.
Yeah, call me if you need me, yeah.
Thanks,
So
Casey.
Thanks, guys.
Who was
Ron,
the second?
Ron made the motion, I seconded
Okay.
it.
Okay, voting is open.
Everybody else, Connie.
Okay.
Never mind, it popped up.
I'm connected, I'm not sure why it's not.
Mine come through.
No. Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes,
Mr. Goff?
Yes.
Shoemakers?
Yes.
Motion carries. Now we're on to the discussion and approval of Woodfield Elementary flooring.
Mr. Rishi.
I tried to say it loud.
I sent it to you, Connie, can you bring that PowerPoint? If not,
Corey might be able to share his screen.
He's back in Tessa's
He's back
office.
in Texas. Or Tess, I
Tess
don't
is
know.
there.
Josh, do you want me to send it to Tess?
okay. All right.
yes,
Thank you.
thanks for asking, because I,
He's just trying to make me feel better.
You use that
keyboard mouse right
Oh,
Well, at times it goes off. I don't know what the hour limit is.
We did that, we fixed that last week, didn't we?
It was like 3 or 4 hours and it just automatically stopped.
sorry.
Oh,
I need to stand it down.
there you go.
It says on there, but I tried to refresh this before 19. I usually don't have these on.
Good evening, everybody. So I'm Josh Ishii, I'm the principal of Woodfield Elementary. I'm coming here to you tonight to, actually present, some things that we've got going on at Woodfield. So for the last few years, and I just finished up my 5th year as principal at Woodfield Elementary, we've had issues, in the school, but mainly in the first floor hallway. We have 2 courtyards that flood, and it's created a problem, in the main hallway that we use from the cafeteria to the gymnasium, where the kids travel at the end of the day, at the beginning of the day. And all the way around the school, we have some wear and tear going on. So I'm gonna kind of go through that today, what my proposal is. So we do have carpet right now. It wears out very easily. We're a high population building, actually the biggest in the district, so a lot of heavily trafficked areas. Especially like I talked about earlier, outside the cafeteria and the gymnasium. This is the office doors. So these are the outside the office doors right here. See where it's faded away. Flag Floors is the company that supplied us the carpet when the new schools were built. And since I've been tracking, which was 2018, we've replaced over 100 squares of carpet, which have an estimated cost of $600 a square. At this time, we can't even get any more squares of carpet to replace because we can't match the color. And what we'd have to do and through our local vendor here in town, is he'd have to try to match it as best he can, but he even told me just this week, it's not gonna be a 100% match. So we're out of carpet, and that's just one of the issues is the wear and tear, but as I go on, I'll show you some more. It's pretty rough, especially in a lot of the areas. I've also talked to 2 vendors that specialize in carpet. Actually, one of the vendors is from Flag Floors who sold the carpet. He said his recommendation at the time was for a building our size not to install carpet because it wouldn't last. I've also spoken to Mrs. O'Connor, and she agreed. I think she did some research as well and said that a building our size, we're looking at replacing, wholesale replacement every 5 years if we remain carpet. So I've got prices on that, what it will cost us if we do. Aside from the looks, it's pretty unsanitary. I'm going to show you some of the issues that we have in the building right now. So just like any carpet, of course, it's a bacterial and microbacterial hotbed. But because we do flood right there, and because we are such heavily trafficked with all the students that we have, I pulled up some areas in the hallway just to kind of show you what's underneath of it. There's mold there, mold along the baseboards in the hallways, and we pulled those off the walls. So some of this is due to because we have 2 courtyards that flood. When any kind of significant rainfall comes, it doesn't have to be a huge amount of rain, but they're not set up correctly, they don't drain correctly, and we get water into our carpets all the time. Also, at any of our entrances, because we are a big building, we enter and exit our students through 3 main entrances from the building: the front entrance, the cafeteria entrance, and also we have a back rear entrance that, because a lot of our students have older siblings at the high school, that's where the student parking lot is, and they come in and out of that entrance. So all of those are used quite a bit. They track in whatever elements are outside, rain, snow, salt, things like that. And we get stained carpet, we get carpet that we've tried to shampoo and take it out and do the best we can. But in the 5 years now, or 6 years, I think the building has been in operation. This is what we're kind of left with. This is what it looks like in many spots, especially on our first floor of our building.
Josh, is there any fix for the courtyard to
Well,
prevent the flooding?
it would be, I think Mr. Joris and I looked at it. I think there's going to have to be some excavation and probably some concrete work done. I'm actually in the process. I'm going to call concrete vendors as well to get an estimate on some things, bring in some landscaping companies and see what their suggestion is as far as how to drain it, how to set it up so it doesn't happen. Yes, it's probably going to be a multiple step project, but I think the first issue is what I'm presenting here, the biggest issue, the most unsanitary, unsafe issue. In addition to the mold, things like that, our school is just in a unique situation compared to any other school in the district. The colors aren't school colors. I took a picture so that it wouldn't all fill in my camera, but this hallway is 5 different colors going down it. None of them are school colors except for maybe you can consider this red, sort of ours, but our floorboard is brown. As you can see, it doesn't all fit completely correct. And I've got a local vendor here in town supplying us now with these rubber sealants. See, there's blue and red and brown and orange and all kinds of different colors at different points in the building. Also, the vendor, again, that installed it, he said this was not his recommendation for the baseboard. And as you can see, mold is growing underneath and out, and also throughout the building, not just on the first floor. The mold doesn't, or the baseboard is not holding. It pops off. Our custodians spend a lot of time gluing it back on and pushing it back on, and it's really just, for a newer building, it's kind of a shame that it looks the way it does, and it is the way it is. So my reasons for improving the flooring are first and foremost sanitary reasons. You know, I think at a time when I know you guys all have big decisions to make as far as, you know, the health of students. I think it's a huge investment to somehow fix the issue of our flooring and make it more sanitary, more clean. Carpets are very hard to clean because even though we have those industrial vacuums, I showed you the pictures, it doesn't bring everything up. Especially with an enrollment the size of Woodsfield, and like I said, the vendor from Flag Floors, he totally agreed with me on this. The courtyard doors flood when it rains. That is something that's going to have to be fixed at some point. But carpet obviously breeds that mold, and I think on my last slide it says up to, you know, in as little as 24 hours, you can already have mold setting in under the carpets, on the wall, as you can see it on the floorboard and baseboards. It's also very expensive to maintain. So I talked about the cost of carpet per square, but if we're going to do a wholesale replacement of carpet, I'll show you the prices on that. It's pretty expensive to replace the carpet, and it's just kind of not possible right now if we want to keep the same colors or however we want to do it. Every 4 or 5 years, what I was explained is that they change something with the ink and what carpet comes in, so they could have the same color, but it won't come out exactly the same. So whenever you replace them, you're going to see a different tone in the carpet. Other than that, you know, in 2018, the Board of Education did approve some allocation of funds for aesthetic improvements to take place. So I would like to, you know, piggyback on that and do that. I think all the other schools in the district have school colors that elicit pride. And I'm proud of Woodsville Elementary. I think we're doing good things, and I'd like it to showcase, you know, our colors. You know, our students be proud when they come in our building as well. And to kind of give you an example, you know, here's some school colors from a different school, and I think you can kind of tell, even if I did this, what school we're in. You know, the school colors all throughout or the colors in the building all throughout our school colors. You notice that there are hardwood polished floors in different areas. And again, why Woodfield's not that way, I couldn't tell you. It was built before I became principal. You know, so I had no really idea.
River High School had that problem too. Ed did a lot of work to get that fixed.
So, and I don't know what the flooring is. I know river flooring is hard
not the floor.
as well.
Sorry, not the floor, the walls.
Yeah. So right here, we know what building we're in. Again, I kind of showcase the flooring, the walls, things like that. Again, I think we know what building we're in, school colors. Hardwood floors are in other buildings that aren't as big as us.
How are they holding up, Casey, hardwood floors?
From what I've talked to, Ed and Casey, and I've talked to Ed and Casey and Chris about the areas they have, and that's what, you know, the consensus seems to be to me, and I won't speak to it for the other guys, but whenever I ask them about it, is that that's the way to go. So, yeah, I think everybody kind of agrees. This is that hallway I was telling you where we have different colors. Again, just because the angle, you really can't see, but they're different colors all the way down the hallway. We have cream and gold and red and brown and dark brown all the way through our hallway. Our hallways are cream, opaque, and we do our best to bring school spirit in, we hang banners up, we have students on the walls, do what most schools do as far as solicit school pride. But when you walk into, like here it is in the summer, and it's empty, it's very, very blah, and I think you're not really having that pride that other schools do, and you feel, at least I feel for the other schools when I walk in their building. So this is kind of like what I was talking about, that's what we have. Our gymnasium is beautiful, it is, that's the one place I would say in our school that, you walk in and you feel like you're at Woodfield. So what's our proposal? So my proposal is, along with Mr. Joris, we thought we'd remove all the carpet, at least in the main hallway, which is the first floor. It could be done throughout the building, but as far as the sanitary conditions and the real aesthetic, what we're presenting to the community, as far as our school and our district, definitely the first floor, including the cafeteria hallway, the front entrance, the office area, all those issues. We have 3 vendors, and they came in and gave us their recommendations on what they would do to fix the issues that we have. Vendor 1 was replace the carpet with a factory tile. Vendor 2 was replace it with what he called LVT, which to me is, again, a tile-ish floor. That's what I would consider that. And then vendor 3 was replace it with coated concrete. I'll go into detail on each vendor here real fast for you. So this vendor is the Flag Force vendor. It initially provided the carpet for Woodfield Elementary. He said he recommended at the time not to install carpet because of the enrollment and the capacity, and that the carpet wouldn't hold up. He said he would need to replace the floorboard, which is not in this quote, so this is just to replace it with the factory tile. We're looking at $48,850, and that's not including the baseboard that would have to be replaced as well, because the carpet and the tile will have different thickness. It won't match up, so that's going to have to be replaced as well. Vendor 2, we're all right to move on. Was a local vendor. Again, he recommended the LVT tile, again, for our enrollment. I've got the prices up there for per square foot and what it would cost to do just the first floor areas, not including the entryway, not including the office area. He said he would give me a quote on everything else if we needed it. And then he's got it broken down, at least I've looked at it broken down as he did on his quote to me. And he said for comparison's sake, this would be the price he would cost us if we did it for tile, which would not need to be replaced. He said for at least 15 years, which is the same as our other vendor. Carpet, broken at every 5. So in the long run, even though it's almost twice as much, in the long run you're saving money to do it that way. So the third vendor is the coated concrete floors, which I talked about before, and again, I'm going to use some of the things that he said is 6 times stronger than epoxy. There's a 15-year warranty, and because it's so new, he said he can't give me a direct quote on what the cost to reapply the clear coat finish is at the end of that 15 years, but he said he thinks that in 15 years it'd be comparable to the every year $1 per square foot cost of maintaining the tile that vendor 1 quoted me. He said every year, for about 6,900 square feet, it's going to be $1 per square foot to wax and maintenance that floor. So I didn't mention that on vendor 1, but on vendor 1 with the tile, and vendor 2 said it would be really close as well with their tile. You're going to have to wax it every year. You're looking at a cost of about $1 per square foot. We also have, the issues that it's pretty easy to clean up. It's soap and water. It's 100% antibacterial, 100% antimicrobial. Aesthetically, be a huge improvement to the building. We're talking about customized colors on the floor. We can even put emblems in, like our W Redskins logo throughout the hallways. And it also covers the floorboard as well, because you can go up on the wall 4 inches with this epoxy. The cost is right here, $41.3 for the floors. The extra additional $6,000 to do the 4-inch walls. Tear it out with the old carbon disposal. Through this vendor, if I went with him, it's about $20 grand extra. But I've found a third party who's willing to do it for a little less than half the cost per square foot. And he has an affiliation, vendor 3 has an affiliation, who is a third party. So he recommended him to me as far as the tear out of the old carpet and the disposal. When I had all three vendors give me their quotes, my recommendation, and I think our recommendation, is to go with vendor 3. I think in the long run, it's the most cost effective, and I think it's the best option if we're looking for quality and aesthetic appeal. I also think this time, given what we have with the other issues in the building, the antibacterial and the antimicrobial properties of the vendor 3 option is a no-brainer, common sense choice right there. It's ease and relatively low cost to maintain, so not only are we saving money in the install, but all the man hours that our custodians use to repair and maintenance the current carpet that we have right now, as well as the baseboards, can be used on other things to help us with our aesthetic appeal throughout the rest of the building. That's my presentation that I had. I don't know if Mr. Morris wants to add anything.
The concrete basically is a three-step process, basically. Remove the carpet strips, you can then use grinders, and they put the base coat on it, and then basically they put strength, they pound it, strength all over. Basically, it's the chips. And then they come over with the clear coat over top of it. We should write some pictures, but
I will tell you, I went this way in my basement. And now they see.
He did too, I think.
I got the chips, you know, they come in just, like you said, then after they put the chips in, they take the loose off, you know, then they put the epoxy on. Then they got another swirl system in there too. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah, it ends up being three or four levels, as I understand. Three levels in a clear coat.
I'll tell you what, it just looks like a bowling ball.
Yeah.
Is
it a rough texture or is it smooth as stuff?
Smooth.
Smooth on it.
it's smooth.
It's pretty smooth.
I mean, it's got a little grab.
Yeah, so it's got a little texture.
So are you gonna need to deal with the mold professionally to move it, or, remove it, or?
So, the vendor that, when he put me in place with this, the third party, he didn't do it all. So, I don't have, quotes other than what he would cost per square foot, and I factored it in for about 7,000 square feet. That's where I got my quote for, my estimate for it. But when I talked to him, that included everything. Full removal, full disposal of the carpet, everything out.
And they have to grind.
Yes.
The glue and stuff off, so surely that would take care of it.
Hand grind the corner.
Yeah.
It would all come out.
Everything would have to be ground, yeah, they take that, grind the wall and everything, that's 4 inches up.
They do a lot of grinding, a lot of work.
They estimated 4 days.
The whole first floor?
Yeah.
Wow. So they're actually not. I thought the same thing.
Oh, they're not backwards?
No, Steve took a look at them, he doesn't think they're backwards, we just think there's an excavation and a drainage issue in the courtyard. So, yes, that's backwards doors in the courtyard.
Yeah, no, and actually, the Eden North. It's an exact same setup for Ring Central. I was told when Jerry Kohler had worked, they put, culverts or drains.
Yeah.
When they dug that down. Woodsville Elementary, none of that was done from what I have been able to research. They just brought in all this pea gravel and they put it in and started making a courtyard.
Yeah.
So I think what we got to do is excavate some of that. Whatever they decide they want to keep doing in the courtyards, they can do, but I think we got to pull that back, take some of that pea gravel out, dig down, put some French drains in, put some gravel over top of it, try to get it, because you've got 2 drains coming off the roof drains in the courtyard. And they're covered up with the pea gravel and the mulch and stuff, they're all covered up, so they're not getting anything anyway.
2 drains for that whole roof on each side? It's got to be a lot of water.
That's why I said, it doesn't have to be like a, quote-unquote toe strangler.
I'm sure they're
rain
prone to
coming down, it can be just any significant rain, like, anything more than a sprinkle, and we'll get rain inside, what are those called, those little concrete?
Yeah, I think one courtyard has, what I call a little sidewalk just right out, a little step, but the other one has nothing.
Yeah, so the one,
It
most
would hurt
floods,
to, extend that and point it down.
So is it okay? Is it okay to do the floor before you fix the courtyard? Like floor it?
Yeah, this floor, it'd be really easy to paint a big old
Yeah.
water in it, it'd be
Water,
hell,
okay.
really easy to.
My only concern is if you got water in there, you're gonna have a major, slipping hazard on that brick floor.
Now, what he said,
Surprised, yeah, when I have that in my garage, and I can hose that down, and I got
Really?
grandchildren that run.
Well, that's not be real
It's
smooth.
not,
he said the same thing to me.
to it.
Yeah, he said
Is
it's
that
not
what
as
Greg
slick
and
as
Kim
you
got
would
on
think.
their sidewalk? I know exactly what it is then.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Same
We
company?
still, that still needs fixed, the
Yeah,
courtyard.
Yeah. Is that coming next?
I'm planning on it, yeah, I just didn't wanna, I don't wanna hit every, all at once.
Everyone.
Is this something you're gonna try to do before school starts?
So if we vote on it tonight, I'm gonna text him tonight, he said we could get it done before school starts. The only holdup would be, the colors that I picked out for our schools are custom, so you have to order that from a company, and it's however quick they can get it back to us. But the install itself is 3 to 4 days.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It really is, like the tear out, grind
Tear out
down,
and
and
put back
install.
in 3
Yeah.
4 days.
3 or 4 days, he said 3,
First
he
floor?
said 4 for
Only
sure.
grinding?
That's what I have right now. I just have it for the first floor. That's, the worst case that we have right now. Obviously, you know, if I had my straight choosing, I'd say do the whole building, cafeteria, office,
The
upstairs.
cafeteria's already concrete though, right?
It is, it's
That's
stained though, because we use it for, we've been using it the last 3 years for our summer feeding program. And what happened one summer was they left a crate of orange juice on the floor, and it leaked, yeah, and it ate through and it stained it.
It's amazing, isn't it? You
Yeah.
drink that stuff.
Yeah, I know, yeah. So other than that,
There's a lot of other things to
that would
drink
be,
too.
that's why I'd like to get it done, but as far as the sanitary for it, like the carpet's just a bad deal for the school for sure.
We don't that when they put it in.
Yeah, I would agree with you. It's just,
Okay, I wanna make a motion to, for vendor 3.
I'll second.
Like it.
Voting is open.
Yes.
Mr. Duff,
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Winkler.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thanks, Josh. for
Hey,
the
thank you, I appreciate it, thank you very
presentation.
much.
Good.
Thanks, Mr. Ishii.
Thank you guys.
All right, now we come to the exciting policies. Second and final reading of the first batch of the catch-up agreement. Any questions or problems on these policies?
On bylaw 164, that's the one, Rob, that pertains to the statement that needs to be
On
on
the
the
notice.
meeting notices, so we need to make sure that happens from now on.
On here, do you have yours listed there?
Here,
Okay. On, policy 165.1, we left it blank. We left out. Unless I'm not getting it right. And this is like 3 days. It's going to get there the day of the meeting. I mean, unless we're going around it and dealing with it in a different way. Well, so or is that wherever it is on the agenda, is that
I
right?
think so.
That meeting?
That's the one talking about public participation, and it had a blank on the policy to fill in what item it was on the agenda.
Regular.
Right, so that's the only time there is public participation.
The title is regular meeting.
Right, but there's public participation at regular meetings.
Some of these I didn't, I thought, there's no change. Conflict of interest? Yeah, it was in there before. It wasn't clear either what was changed. This whole sentence, 2 sentences are added. There's no different colors, it's usually,
They said that was because that's a catch-up, and
yeah.
it's not in the original. The only time you have the colors is when it's in that original packet from Doug. And because we missed that, there's not the colors.
Stamp, and then it's just my name, because I don't something.
No, once they're board approved, we don't sign them.
So our policy 0168 says we sign it. And it also says, with the option that we chose, that the treasurer shall provide each board member with a copy of the minutes of the last meeting no later than 3 days before the next regular meeting.
Right.
We usually have them on.
I have them on my
Yeah.
Friday, that's my goal, is to have one every Friday, prior to the meeting, so you guys have.
And then we should have a little sign. So we need to start stamping them.
If it says you sign them, I guess they need
Yeah, we're
to.
gonna have to start doing it.
Signed by you and me. Might be all my notes.
It's 6:04.
I'm getting there. Ryan, you have any questions or issues with the policy? Yeah. Gary?
I make a motion to approve the second final reading of policies listed under number 3.
Second.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
All right, which brings us to the next group of, this is the first, if there's no quick conversation, we'll just quickly go on. Gary, Ron, Greg, you guys got any?
Make a motion.
No, we
No, we don't need a motion.
Okay.
It's the first reading.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay. All right, there's no action needed on that one.
Right.
Okay, approval of July financial reports. Any questions, anything on those reports?
I make a motion to approve.
Okay.
It popped up, it's not showing, but,
How do you know that?
yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Abstain.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Abstain.
Our next item, I believe, is that yours, Connie, the gas
Yes.
compound, yes, take it away.
This, for the past, I don't know how many years, over 20 years, the auditor state has came in to do the gap compilation for the district. I received a call from them because of this virus. There's budget cuts, they're not allowed traveling, their salaries cut, things like that. And, the district got dropped off the list to where they're not gonna come in this year and do it. So she said, shop around and, try to find something to do it. So that's what I did, and I asked 3 different companies. I sent an email out to all the treasurers that, in our group, and, 2 of them came back with this company that I'm recommending. I called 5 people for references that, 2 of them was from the, treasurers that's replied back to me, and the other one came from the list that is in the back of the proposal. I called them to see if there was any issues with them, how they like their services, things like that. Nobody had an issue with them, and there was no negative comments about them at all. The auditor of state was charging us $11,000 annually to come in and do this. They're proposing to do $5,700 annually for each year, if we go with that term.
Okay, so if this audit, requires outside help, is it something new, is it a new audit or something?
Been done for 20 years, Jerry. Local government
Then why
services
would,
have been in
what's
here
the,
for
how
20
the
years.
other treasurers do it then? How do they?
I don't know of any treasurers that do their gap conversion.
Okay, I don't know either, I'm just asking.
No.
I said, if it's something new,
It isn't.
okay, then I don't see how,
We're
how
going
the
to
other
use
It
treasurers
isn't
do it.
new. We're going with a new vendor. This service has been done for over 20 years. The
Who was
vendor
the vendor
changed.
before?
Auditor state, local government services. Because of the budget, because of the budget cuts, they've dropped the district. So I had to go out and find a different vendor.
Save
Do it.
$4,300
Right,
to get this new vendor to do the same job, which you paid $11,000 every year to do.
right.
How long is it for, Connie?
This is a 3-year engagement, and if you look on page, it's not, 6 of 7, it says professional fees. If you go with, year by year, it's $7,100.
If we're displeased with them after the first year, we have any recourse, or we gotta stick with them, so.
We'll probably have to stick with them. But like I said, I've called for references, because I was kind of leery about them being cheaper, number one, that much cheaper. But I did call for references, and there was 3 treasurers, 4 treasurers, and I actually called the Monroe County Agricultural
Did you get
Society, and I talked to Barb Ackerman, that deals with them. They actually did the full audit on them, not just the gap, but they just did the audit also. And she said they used them, for the first year, which is last year. No, I'm sorry, Bridgeport told me that they used them for the last year, but Barb has had them, and she has no complaints. She said the only thing was when they started the audit, the gentleman left the firm, and somebody else had to come in, so they kind of had to repeat what they did, but that's it. Bridgeport is the one that was using them last year, and, there's no complaint. I did call for references, because I didn't know anything about them.
Right.
And also, Kevin with Supple Wagner said, I mentioned the name, and he said he sees stuff from them all the time, and has never heard any negative comments on them at all, in all his dealings. And I also like it that there's a lot of schools in the reference list, so they're used to dealing with schools, they know the compliance issue, they know what they need to do for public entities.
Any other questions, or? All right, I'll make a motion that we accept the firm that Connie presented.
I'll second that.
Now, this is something that's always done in the past with the state, right?
Yes, it is. And it's been over 20 years. I don't know the exact number of years, but that's when she called me. She said, I've been doing this, and the same woman has done it for the last 20 years from the local government, so. She was really upset when we were removed from her list. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Motion carried. This brings us to approval of Chromebook agreement and optional Chromebook insurance. Who's presenting this?
This is the agreement that's given each year to all the high school students, or all the students that have Chromebooks and stuff. They can purchase insurance on their device. That way they, probably should be done,
Yeah.
because how kids are going to drop them and whatever.
I want to note that if you open the attachment, the second one, it says Chromebook guidelines and procedures 2020-21 high school, but it's K-12. That name just didn't get dropped. It's not just high school, it's just higher, since we're going to be loaning them out to everyone.
I move we approve.
Second.
Voting is open. Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes. Motion carried. Brings us to the approval of the district remote learning plan.
Okay, Neil's up there already.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's track back where we got to for this plan. In March of 2020, when schools were closed by the governor, districts were forced to shift to remote learning in a matter of hours. So the required instructional hours that students spend in school was adjusted to reflect that mandated closure. During the course of the summer, ODE has devised and implemented an option for schools in the event the schools may need to close for something similar to the pandemic. It could also be inclement weather or any other disaster. It's called a remote learning plan. So for the 2020-21 school year, districts have two choices. They can either file for a blended learning plan, which has already been in place through ODE prior to the pandemic, and is very robust and requires 100% internet access. Or the new remote learning plan, which allows districts to follow the Section 16 of the House Bill 164 that was passed this summer, that allows districts to count instructional hours even if the students aren't physically in the building, which is going to help us out tremendously should we face another closure. It can even be used for our calamity days down the road if we so wanted. So school districts are submitting the plans to be considered compliant for the 2021 school year with the minimum hour requirements and funding eligibility criteria. So if we submit either the blended learning plan or the remote learning plan, that is going to show that we are compliant with our instructional attendance hours and our funding. So students served remotely may not exceed 1.0 full-time equivalency for state funding purposes. So that's pretty self-explanatory. So in this plan, before I go to the actual points of the plan, the ESC provided districts in their Ohio Valley ESC consortium with another option because they knew COVID was going to be causing some families to decide to go to 100% at home. So they provided an option for an online platform called it's through Edgenuity, but they call it Blue Sky Academy. Previously, Blue Sky Academy, we had a contract with the Ohio Valley ESC last year for grades 6 through 12. With the onset of the pandemic, they reached out. A lot of districts in our service center asked for K-5 online component, knowing that they were going to need to have that in place. So we've contracted out with Ohio Valley ESC to give families another option. We also, in addition to that, already have a standing peak through fuel education that we have primarily used for grades 9 through 12. And we have our own teachers that get stipends to be able to be the teacher of record for peak. And those teachers, we pretty much have the same teachers that are doing the teacher of record over and over again. And they are very familiar with that platform. So that's another option as well. The difference with Blue Sky Academy and Peak is that Blue Sky Academy is all NCAA approved courses, and that's something that's key for students that are looking to go to college and play at the NCAA level. Peak is not. So we want to make sure we have those options out there for students as well. The addition of the Blue Sky Academy is not to replace teachers in our district that are teacher of record. But with the increased volume that everybody's going to have on their plates this year, it's just another option for parents to have. So the remote learning plan would cover the online platform that I just discussed. In addition, Blue Sky Academy through the Ohio Valley ESC is offering courses that are highly qualified teachers, such as we do with our PEAK courses, with on-demand tutoring and 24/7 tech support. And each student will be assigned to a mentor through the Ohio Valley ESC so that they can monitor that progress. That also takes the weight off of some of our staff members, guidance counselors, and principals to monitor that. IEP accommodations through Blue Sky. The accommodations, Blue Sky will provide accommodations and modifications as per their IEP. They will not do the progress monitoring, they will not write the IEPs, but they will take the IEP accommodations and modifications and apply them to the coursework, so the students are receiving those services. I have a handout here too that I had passed out earlier that gives you a little description of the different methods of remote learning. There can be all digital, which is what I have just mentioned about the Blue Sky and Peak. It also can be analog mode, which is non-digital, and that might even include paper packets. Instruction can be teacher-led, which means the student is not in the school building, but synchronously interacting remotely with the teacher, or it could be self-directed learning, where the student is largely responsible for the learning, and it may include asynchronous support from the teacher. On the back of the page, I want to focus on the middle paragraph. This is straight from the Ohio Department of Education. For the purpose of this resource guide, remote learning means each student is experiencing a learning opportunity supported by a teacher or educator who is in a different location. Working in partnership with educational delivery partners, an educator might deliver instruction by using a device and checking in with students regularly. Remote learning also can include video or audio instruction delivered online or via television, video, telephone, or another method that relies on computer or communications technology. It also may include the use of printed, paper-based materials that incorporate assignments that engage and seek feedback from students. So it's covering all aspects. We have a very big challenge in our district with internet access for some of our families. We know that. As I've talked to other districts in our neighboring area, they're able to offer hotspots more frequently. Students can go 100% either online or they come to school. We're not quite as fortunate because we still have families that are going to want to keep their students at home 100%, but we need to provide that learning. So the remote learning plan will also provide those options for paper pencil instruction, Chromebooks, the offline component, so we could periodically update the Chromebooks on a hotspot with Wi-Fi at the school, for example, send those back out, students work on the offline component, bring it back into the hotspot, it uploads and downloads all the new materials. So if you look at the plan, I'm going to walk you through the different pieces of the plan. There are actually, according to House Bill 164, there are different points that the plan must address. The first one is a description of how students' instructional needs will be determined and documented, the methods to be used for determining competency, granting credit, and promoting students to higher grade levels, the school's attendance requirement, including how the school will document participation in learning opportunities, a statement describing how student progress will be monitored, a description as to how equitable access to quality instruction will be ensued, and a description of the professional development activities that will be offered to teachers. So our remote plan covers those points, and I want to highlight as we go down through here the implementation of the plan. Talks about, for the purpose of this plan, remote learning is broadly defined as learning that occurs when the learner and the educator or source of information are separated by time, distance, and therefore cannot meet in the traditional classroom setting. This allows a lot of flexibility. If a school needs to close down, if a classroom needs to close down, if we have students that are not able to come back into the classroom 100% and choose to stay at home and they do not have internet access, that gives us flexibility. The educational approach options are either digital mode, which is computer internet-based, or analog, which also may include the high-quality paper learning package. At the district level, remote learning may be teacher-led or self-directed learning. We go on to the next page. It talks about remote learning may be implemented and described below. So our plan can cover any of these scenarios. District-wide remote learning, so if for some reason our district, the entire district needs to be on remote learning, this plan will help us count those hours of instruction, even though our students aren't physically in the building. Additionally, remote learning may be implemented across the district when the district is closed due to disease, epidemic, hazard weather conditions, law enforcement emergencies, etc. It also allows for targeted remote learning. So the superintendent may require remote learning for a specific building, like we had talked about earlier. There might be a building that needs to close because of exposure to COVID, or a specific grade or classes, covering that flexibility. It's also allowing the alternate days of instruction. So if we go to Orange and we're on a hybrid, then it's going to allow those hours to count as well. Any parents that are requesting remote learning, it provides that under the umbrella as well, and then students who request remote learning. If you look on the next page, determining and documenting students' instructional needs. So this just talks about how do we know what the students need and how do we plan for that instruction. So it's covering basically our local diagnostic assessments that we use and allowing the board to remain committed to the high learning standards. And remote learning should be age appropriate and for the grade and age of the students. Also, the district establishes clear expectations to guide students as they engage in remote learning. That is something that we will need to talk about at the district level once we get into the policy approved and it goes to the state. Going over to the next part, determining competency, granting credit, and promoting students. Basically, we referred to what we currently have in place through our board for granting credit, promoting students, and them on to the next grade. Attendance and participation in learning opportunities. So that's where it gets really important that we have this plan in place, because it allows, again, for that tracking of attendance when the students aren't physically there because they're doing work either daily or biweekly, measuring that time. We will still have to report attendance in EMIS, but it will get reported by hours, even though we may count attendance by the day of completion work or the week of completion work, it still gets reported as hours. And also, I'd say on the flip side, if we don't approve a plan similar to this, then we will not be able to count any days that the buildings are closed as instructional hours, which means that we will be making up all of this time at the end of the year or whenever we have time to make that up. Also, it goes into talking about monitoring student progress. So the board will monitor student progress through attendance, participation, and performance, as described below. So similar to in the classroom, teachers may use formal or informal assessments and set goals for the students. And teachers will evaluate student progress periodically based on the needs of the student. Students may arrange check-ins with students through district-approved methods. Check-ins may be individual or on small group, and teachers may arrange communication with parents and guardians regarding progress through the district-approved methods. And then number 6 addresses ensuring equity or equitable access to quality instruction, and most specific to us is that digital access that some of our students don't have, and it addresses that flexibility for us to allow for paper, printed materials, or electronic. And then the final piece is the professional development, knowing that we need and we have been supplying our students or our teachers and staff with that training they need to help them be successful, whether it's Google Classroom, whether it's planning for remote learning and project-based learning, or any of those pieces that will help them implement the remote learning plan as well. Are there any questions?
The testing on remote learning, they do that on the remote learning too?
As state testing, if state testing is required, then we have to make arrangements to test the students as well. Same
With
thing.
the remote?
Remote, in person, or on Blue Sky Academy or Peak. If state testing does not get waived, then those students are required to do the state testing as well.
Probably have to bring them in on a different schedule.
Yeah, we're gonna have to work
I mean,
through that, so
They
that,
would probably come into the building to do that. Yeah. Just come up with a schedule to have them.
right. Because the whole intent of them staying home is not to be around large groups of people. Does this still allow them to do the SPAs and tasting guides and doing this? Alter that. This still will allow that to happen. Students at our Blue Sky Academy will be following their curriculum and tasting guides. Same thing for Peak. But the remote learners will be able to follow our own standards, tasting guides, priority standards, and grading and so forth.
I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
Who's gonna be teaching this remote?
Who's teaching the remote?
Our teachers?
Yes, so the remote learning is provided by our teachers.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, they're gonna have to teach in the classroom and teach remote learning too?
That's why it was recommended at the last board meeting that we go to the hybrid model, so teachers have a full day of preparation in order to be flexible to go back and forth, recording videos, making lessons, contacting people. But when you look at this sheet with numbers, we break down, these numbers just came in today because the forms were due yesterday, and they're still changing because I got calls from a couple principals this afternoon that said they walked in this evening and there's some more forms. So this is what we've had as of this afternoon. In any given building or grade level, we have 1 to, I think, 10 is our maximum per grade level during remote learning. So those areas, now that we have those numbers and those parents are making those decisions, now, like Greg, you talked about with the transportation, now we're looking at real numbers, and we may need to make some alterations with who's delivering that instruction. If I'm a teacher in a classroom and I have 10 students in my classroom that are on remote learning, and I have 10 that are in front of me, I'm not gonna be able to do that effectively. So what else do we need to do now with staffing? We may have some teachers that are medically unable to come in to work, but they can work remotely, and we may need to repurpose some things there. But now that we have some commitment from the parents, we are gonna be able to decide how to help those teachers out to have that heavy load of remote learners.
Getting back to that, we're gonna teach all day, that has to be remote learning. We ain't got time to do the lesson plans.
Well, they're providing the remote learning, the students doing that independently. They don't have to video record, they don't have to live stream, they can provide instructional packets or information or already pre-recorded, videos that are available. Then they provide that for the students. So they're not gonna teach all day and then go teach again.
Hold on, Jen. We lost our
Did we
recorder.
lost the recording? Okay.
There should be a red button there.
It says your time limit
Right,
for
yeah.
recording.
That's what I was afraid of.
Could you repeat? I think you just said it.
Oh, geez. Starting when?
That's a red light.
9:11. It's 9:42. It's on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. So did it give you the button to push again?
Yes, it's clicking away.
13 seconds. Thank you.
Yeah.
You don't have to repeat.
Okay.
So you're saying you don't have to record or live stream?
Right, they don't have to send out live stream or doing extensive videos. We have, teams of teachers that have already been working this summer to share the load. I know that, kindergarten in particular has already talked among their teams saying, if we're all teaching the same thing, the same lesson, why don't you record this week and I'll record next week, so they have all of these plans ready to go. Because at some point in your classroom, you're gonna end up with a student that may be out for a week or two quarantine. And so you're still gonna have to provide instruction for them. And what happens if, someone goes on vacation or someone's sick but not COVID sick? You're going to have to constantly be flexible to have, plans ready to go in any direction.
I think that's where we're gonna have, especially in the wintertime with flu and colds and
Oh, yeah.
we're gonna have kids out all the time because they have symptoms.
Right.
It doesn't matter what kind of symptoms you have to treat COVID.
Yeah, that's a real big question is, where do we draw that line between just being sick with a cold or having symptoms of COVID? And some of the bigger schools too have 2 teachers per lower grade levels too. So when you're looking at remote learning, 10 students, there are 2 teachers there as well. 3 students, 2 teachers.
Do you have very many teachers that have already submitted the paperwork for their?
I think there's been some conversations. The teachers have to initiate that conversation. We can't ask. But there's been some conversations about some, and I don't know where we are on actual medical documentation. But we are working on those pieces as well.
It looks like there's 5 kindergartners and I think about 14 first graders so far, so it's not large number.
Right.
Those are our biggest numbers.
Yeah, a lot of classes are 1 or 2 students that are on remote learning at this point.
Do you have any other questions, observations, or are you ready to, have, you know? All right, we're gonna have Neil join us. Okay, Neil, if you wanna unmute, you can, there we go, join us.
Okay, I'm ready. The Switzerland of Ohio Education Association Executive Committee drafted a letter. We received the information on the remote learning packet last night, and we had a few questions. I'm going to read the letter to you, and then we'll go from there. Dear Switzerland of Ohio school board members, the Switzerland of Ohio Education Association would like to address concerns and ask for clarity on recent policy proposals made by the board and central office. We know that this year will be different, stressful, and continuously changing, that we face daunting tasks ahead. Even though this year will be difficult, however, there is much more that could be done to help us tackle this challenge. Teachers have been working throughout the summer to prepare their classrooms, participating in trainings, and thinking of creative ways to handle a school year during COVID. We have been waiting for an opportunity to share our insights and contribute to a collaborative effort to solve these challenges. Instead, our efforts have not been recognized and our collaboration has not been requested. The proposed learning options have many challenges. The first option was 100% online, and Blue Sky was chosen. We are unclear why Blue Sky was offered when we currently use Peak, which can be taught in grades 4 through 12 by members of the bargaining unit. While Peak doesn't offer a K-4 option, Blue Sky only gives a workbook. For much less than the thousands of dollars spent per student the district is spending on Blue Sky, the district could have hired district employed teachers to create the curriculum. Blue Sky also requires that our teachers are still responsible for monitoring, collecting data, and meeting all requirements for special education students. After a discussion with members of central office, teachers immediately raised a series of major questions and practical concerns. A key issue is that the remote learning was created as a middle ground for those who do not have internet, but did not want to attend in person. Yet most descriptions of this plan include live streaming the class and posting assignments online from the regular classroom teachers. If this is the case, how does this work for those students who do not have internet, the ones with whom the plan was originally designed? Even if lessons are recorded on a CD or a DVD, both live streaming and video recording a class presents potential FERPA violations and privacy issues for students and teachers. More significantly, it also restricts the teachers in how they present information to the classroom and their interactions for assisting students in the learning process. With the current description of remote learning, it appears to operate in essence as an online classroom. The teacher assigned would be responsible for 2 classrooms at one time and cannot give their full attention to students in their room and the ones online at the same time. Since Blue Sky has been chosen as an online program, why offer 2 online options? Why offer one that would detract from the students who have elected to be in the classroom and their parents who in good faith chose to send them? At the same time, those online may feel they are getting less help than those in the classroom. Based on a survey taken by SOEA of our membership with a 78% response rate, that was 160 members, members are willing to step up, but 84% are not supportive of teaching the remote option without compensation. They are daunted by the fact that they already know this year will be overwhelmingly stressful without the added work of operating media equipment and figuring out details like where to place a camera so students can see the board, hear the teacher, and yet interact with students in front of them. Teachers doubt that during the time available that they can complete the task assigned, such as pre-recording multiple lessons for one group and offering the in-person attention that students rightly expect when choosing to send their children to school classrooms. Teachers know that they cannot complete these tasks without sacrificing the time they would normally be given to their own families. These additional expectations are essentially assigning teachers responsibility for all the work of assigning 2 classrooms. We have ideas on how to offer instruction to all students that would be cost effective to the district and more successful for student learning without increasing teacher workload. We are open to collaboration. Sincerely, Switzerland of Ohio Executive Association Executive Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. This is the letter that we wrote. We hope to be able to work with central office and the administration on coming to a solution.
Thank you, Neil. Do you have any questions on the plan or?
I want to clear up a couple. There is nothing that says that it has to be live streamed from a classroom. There's nothing that says that teachers have to do recorded videos. That's an option that they can choose to do so. 2, the Blue Sky Academy does have a workbook for K through 5 as a supplement to their online learning platform. It is not the sole piece of instruction for K through 5.
So the letter essentially says that instead of paying for Blue Sky, teachers are asking for compensation to do the extra work, do the same type of thing. Am I getting that right?
I think they said hire additional teachers.
That's not what I heard.
No,
And the board was emailed the letter that he read.
I read it prior to.
No, I didn't say. Yeah, sorry.
And that's why I'm just trying to get your take on, or anybody's take on what you read, or how it said. Because he mentioned, or in the letter, not him specifically, said the extra workload of working audio-visual equipment in the classroom to supplement the online people. What, isn't Blue Sky doing that?
It's taking care of all of the, Blue Sky is taking care of all the curriculum. They don't have to create anything.
I'm just trying to clear.
It's aligned with the.
There's 2 remotes. There's Blue Sky and then there's remote through the district.
Okay. What's, the Peak is another option?
Peak is an option typically we've used for high school.
Okay.
We've had it in the district for a few years.
Several years.
Yeah.
I think that's what he said as far as using the Peak, then they could use teachers through Peak to.
Right, and we
We
still
do-
have that option, and we're
we do
getting
that,
forms
okay.
for that already. We're
Okay.
getting forms for high school
I'm not,
to do.
I keep saying him, but
Yeah.
just because he read it, I'm just trying to clarify that.
We have never used Peak for the lower grades. I think the youngest that I am familiar with is 6th grade student, and it's been just a handful of students over the past 5 or 6 years that have been the middle school level. It's been primarily the high
For
school.
someone that couldn't attend school.
Right. So my concern would be too, if we load teachers, let's say middle school teachers who aren't familiar with the Peak platform to be teachers of record doing that, in addition to what they're teaching in the classroom, isn't that the similar workload as having them do 1 or 2 students remote learning, having students in the classroom? I mean, we're trying to spread the load out to help everyone.
This is obviously an unusual situation.
It is.
I guess we are asking everybody to do a little bit more, but that's all part of what's happening right now. When we get through this, everybody's gonna kinda have to get in and do their, so to speak, you know what I mean?
Right.
commend the teachers that have spent many hours meeting over the summer and going to professional development on their own. There's some outstanding work being done, people preparing for this already.
It's not gonna be easy, yeah.
No, it's not,
by
and
any
we're
stretch.
frightened because we've never done it before. But fear can't keep us from moving forward and jumping in and doing what needs to be done.
I think I mentioned before, we've talked before, that main objective, what we're doing here is to educate the children. And it has to be done. We can't not give them an education, so whatever we have to do collectively needs to be done. Can't lose a year. I think Jerry mentioned it several times, that even the social part of it is important to these kids.
I've had a couple teachers in the district contact me personally and ask me if they can have their students for remote learning. Please don't assign them to anyone else. I want to be responsible for them.
Yeah, just to clarify what I meant about the, wanting paid, that was through the peak. We hire our own people
We have, yeah.
to
you're
do
part
that.
of
I
the-
didn't mean to supplement through Boost or anything like that. I want
Right.
somebody, that could be compensated that way. Is that extra on them that they have to do outside of their normal school times?
On feet?
Yeah,
But the instruction's provided through Peak, right?
they just have to
They have to
monitor.
grade, they have to grade and
Right.
ask
Yeah.
questions and provide support.
Right.
Okay.
And the remote learning is our students, our curriculum, our teachers giving that same, that they're using for the classroom, giving that same instruction, those assignments.
How we ended last year.
Yeah, but better. I
Yeah.
always want to
Oh,
preface it with much better than we did last year because we had no time to prepare. And I don't, the word is I'm looking for, but we did what we had to do and we did the best. I feel that our teachers did the best they could do in such a short amount of time. They've also learned from that. They've also reflected and thought of ways that they can do better should we end up in that circumstance. So kudos to them for the hard work that they've spent over the summer thinking of ways to respond in case we end up in that situation again.
When you met over the summer, because I know you met several times with different groups of teachers.
Right,
What was
right.
your focus?
We had, when we set up the committees and volunteers, we had over 60 teachers across the district. So I went by building and met Zoom meetings. It was early in May or June. It's a blur, how much time's flying so fast, right? So I met with each one through Zoom or Google Hangouts and talked to them. And it wasn't just limited to those who said they wanted to be on the committee. I mean, some of the principals even invited their BLT or anybody else that wanted to join. And I went building to building and sat in, listened to their concerns, what kind of things do we need to do differently, how do we need to do these in place. The remote learning plan that we're approving today is through the state, and it meets all the requirements the state is asking. It must be filed by August 21st in order for us to count that as our instructional hours and be able to get the funding.
You mean the funding for the students?
Yeah, the state funding, which is with that percentage of attendance.
And I sit in with Jennifer on most of those meetings, and all the staff members was invited to participate originally.
It was good conversation.
Yeah.
Good conversation. It was, when this plan is approved, then it'll be submitted to ODE. ODE does not have to approve these plans, but they do post them. And we checked with legal to make sure that our wording was correct and we weren't violating anything there, just as we've done on all of our other documents. And it'll be posted. I noticed today some of the ones that are posted there go in as deep as saying you must use this platform or this method of communication or this method of grading, or some of them are extremely detailed. I think this is broad and it allows flexibility for all those areas.
does it cost for a student to Blue Sky for the year?
For the year?
Yeah.
Okay, if they're going by the semester, the K through 5 students, all of their instruction is bundled. So they get their 4 core subjects and music, art, and PE, it's all bundled. 6 through 8 is priced by the course. It depends. But a rough estimate is about $1,500 a semester, $1,500 per semester per student is a rough estimate.
So you're saying 6,000 a year?
No,
About 3,000.
3,000.
About 3,000 a year.
Semester's $290.
Jerry, we receive about $6,000 in foundation money per student. That's
Well, the state gives us a little over 6,000 per student.
Yeah, that's what he thought.
So you're saying we're gonna be paying over half of that?
We are.
Yeah.
The other option would be for students to leave, go to another district, or homeschooling. And we've gotten an increase of homeschool requests too. So then we get zero funding. And we also have a collection of students that are going to community schools, of which they're no longer our student either.
Which we get no funding.
Yes, no funding at all. And we hope to get these students back in the classroom when this pandemic is over. We want them back. We don't want to, this is a temporary solution, not a permanent option.
Very temporary.
Questions or observations on anything? Right. I'd like to make a motion that we accept the remote learning plan as presented.
I'll second.
Yeah, I don't have a thought.
Hold on, let me close this. Okay, try it again.
My signal's weak, I don't know.
Yes.
Same.
I'm saying.
Yes.
But I'm doing it too fast.
With these, if yours is, mine would be.
I've been kicked off 3 times. I had to restart the computer once.
Okay, my first was
Sarah.
Sarah. Greg was my second. All right, let's try this again. It should be open now.
Got it.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Smith.
Yes.
Shoemaker.
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson.
Yes.
Mr. Gus.
Same.
Mr. Winkler.
Abstain.
Great, motion carries. That brings us to discussion and approval of 3 new district teacher permanent substitutes.
That was mentioned, but today I was talking to some, principals, and I was talking to you actually this afternoon after negotiation. I think, and Mrs. Bohatch agrees also, rather than hiring 3 permanent subs right now at this time, maybe start out the year, and tell all of our principals, go through the regular sub process, like we normally get subs. But have have one sub in your building every day. Just to have, because they're gonna need additional help. Then after the first month or so, we can reevaluate it and see what direction we wanna go and move from there. But I would like to have one additional sub in each building, and we just go through the regular substitute process for that first month.
I thought we were gonna talk about changing the rates for substitute teachers, nurses. When are we gonna discuss that?
Well, that's through the ESC. We can put that on any agenda.
Is that contractual?
We talked about
Yeah.
that before, about.
No, through the ESC?
Substitute is not contractual, but that's what the pay scale, what we determine.
He's talking about subs,
Subs, we talked about hiring sub-teachers,
setting the rate.
setting rates.
Adjusting the rate.
Yeah, we was gonna adjust the rates for nurses, teachers, and bus drivers. And we was gonna discuss that sometime, for some reason, we forgot about it.
Well, Rob, I got a question.
Yes.
If, I'm thinking, if you would hire a full-time sub, after they sub so long, they have to buy insurance for them, coverage and
On the 61st day,
yeah.
if they stay in a consecutive position.
If they stay in that same
for 60
position.
days.
But what I'm saying, you hire a full-time sub, they're gonna get over 60 days.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
But if we go this route,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
So what are you wanting from us tonight? You want feedback on a sub for every building?
Yeah, every building, at least for the first, 2 weeks, month, or whatever.
So no permanent subs.
No permanent.
Whoever would call it, they put it on the computer now,
Yeah.
put their name in, and
Basically, you don't even need to sign up. You're gonna follow the regular procedures.
Follow the regular procedure for a substitute teacher.
I like it.
Because you can have teachers get ill during the day.
Yeah. Like it, and like you said, if it gets to be the point where we have to have something on permanent, and we go from there.
Check your needs out.
Yeah,
Right.
sure.
And you know you're gonna need the additional hands. Anything, whatever we can do to make it smoother for the teachers, students.
Does that have to be changed as far as making a motion approval?
We just don't act on it.
Don't act on that?
Yeah, there's no action required.
Okay.
No motion made, no action.
All right, so we will move on to 10. Discussion and approval of fall sports for the 2021 school year. So this was my ad, because I said early on that we were in question with fall sports, and I know we're waiting on the governor, we've been waiting on the governor, but the thing is, we can't, it's a total contradiction to put people on the football field, and then the next day they're gonna go to school and mask up, washing hands, safe and so forth. And for the summer, they're, practicing, doing their skills, but they're not in our school with our students, and now they're gonna be. So I don't think we wait. These coaches have had enough time put into it. I think that I don't know that they're asking for an answer, but I wanted to bring it up and discuss it and see what you guys thought. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and there's two parts of the reason why I wanted to talk about it. And it's heading forward, the board's gonna have the decision, okay? Governor DeWine and everybody else, everything is come back down to the local level, and that's what you're gonna decide. One thing that I want you to kind of understand about it is that there are, and I know that safety comes first. Number one's academics. That's always first.
Not now.
Okay?
Safety is.
It is, but your academics comes before sports.
Okay.
And that's always been the case. Sports, though, having watched what's happened over the last 6 to 8 months and everything, has kind of, and I've bounced back and forth on this. Yes, no, yes, no. I said at the OVAC meeting last night, and a guy made a profound statement he said that they have the sports world speakers that come in there, and a former pro football player was up talking and everything, and the pro football player, he said, do you understand that Ohio right now leads the nation, he said, in deaths in ages 10 to 14 years old in one category. And everybody sat there and looked at him, and he said it's suicide. He said in ages 10 to 14 it's suicide, and he said in the last 6 to 8 months, because young people have had basically everything stripped from them. And that's no longer, and the whole deal with it is, he said, if you go out and look, the kids are out in their groups doing a lot of things, and they're entertaining each other. They're doing things. I've been by the basketball court out here and seen 20 kids on the court. I've been by the court down at Sardis and seen 25 kids on the court. That's going on all the time. The kids are out with each other. The thing is, we gave our kids protocol. We came back, and if you listen, Linda Dick said, we set down protocol for everybody, and in the protocol it said, here's what you have to do. And we told our kids, here's what you have to do. I've made trips around the district. I've been by Bellsville's football field when they're practicing. I've been by Monroe Central. I don't stop when or anything. I just observe as I go by. Kids are doing everything that they've been asked to do. They're wearing face masks when they're supposed to wear them. Tonight before I came out, I was doing temperature checks at River High School for a volleyball scrimmage. And young girl walks up the sidewalk and she doesn't have a mask on. One of the other girls looks at her and says, get your mask on. And the girl digs in her bag and puts her mask on, and that comes up, gets her temperature checked, and goes in. One of the things I think it's really, really hard to tell kids at this time is, hey, we're gonna have to take this away from you again. And I know there are safety aspects. There are safety aspects in everything that we do in life. We control some we don't control. If we were in an area that was the red and everything else, I think we're in trouble. We're going to put kids in school 100%, but yet we're going to tell them you can't play sports. And I'm as big of an advocate for academics as I am sports. Okay, both my kids will tell you that. But I think that it would be very, very hard to tell our kids right now that, hey, yeah, you've been practicing since July, but sorry, we're going to have to take that from you. I mean, it's just, I see it in the kids. The kids have done everything we've asked them.
Yeah, I agree. I've spoken on numerous occasions about the same situation. I think it's terrible that the governor is going to put it down on the local level.
I
Yeah,
agree.
I
agree wholeheartedly.
With this week with the Big Ten, the Pac-12, soon to be, I'm sure, the SEC, the ACC, independents dropping like flies, that it's probably going to filter down to the high school level. And I've had people say, don't take it away from the kids. Well, I'm not taking anything away from the kids, but I think it's, lack of a better term, it shouldn't be put on us.
No, I agree.
It should, the governor or the High School Athletic Association, who already postponed or canceled scrimmages. So if you're postponing scrimmages, you're going to add exponentially amount of people in the stands, because scrimmages get a handful of parents to death. Now you're talking about our sports teams, and I'm using football because it's going to be the majority of people. We're packing 100 plus people in a gym, which would be a festering of anything, if it's the flu, colds, or whatever. That's my concern, is you're 100% right, but you could have them play with no fans in the stands. But that's never going to happen.
No.
Parents need knocking the doors down.
I think you're going to see there are going to be limitations. The limitations we've heard, it's probably 20% capacity. The governor kind of indicated that he wanted parents there first, or immediate family members. So I think you're going to see a 20% capacity limitation. They're going to be, the parents obviously have an opportunity to be there. In the gym, I think it's the same way. But I think one of the things we did, we put protocol in, and our committee did a lot of research on some things, in all the different areas from band and everything. And you heard Linda Dick mention tonight about the health issue. You know, she said, well, that's a new thing coming out. Well, if you look a month ago, that's in our protocol already. Okay, in our protocol, it says if a student has COVID-19, one of the recommendations our committee has made is that they need to go get a heart specialist check them. They need to be checked up by a heart specialist, because we knew that was one of the things that were coming out. We looked at all the research and everything. And that's why, you know, I think the protocol that we have in place, you know, we're doing temperature checks before a kid gets on the bus, before a coach gets on the bus. Everybody's riding together, players, coaches. You're getting on the bus together, you're going to the game, you're staying isolated. We just had a volleyball scrimmage, and I know Bellsville had one, and Mr. SOLSD, he took a lot of heat because he wouldn't allow parents in from the opposing team. And they expected to get in, and he explained to them, no, you can't. You know, we're keeping our kids safe so we can play. You know, and there are a lot of protocols being followed, and a lot of, you know, we're keeping them as safe as we can. And I know some people get mad, and some parents get mad, but our whole goal is, and all the athletic directors have talked, and the principals and that, is to make it so the kids can play.
Did you really, I mean, what you're hearing is that the governor is going to put it down here? I mean, I just read recently, Tuesday, he's going to make an announcement. I think that's what it's going to be.
Everything's leaning that way, that they're going to turn it back over to the local districts and local health department. That's why I asked Mrs. Dick if, you know, what's your stance on this? You know, and she said, well, we haven't really talked about it. Because you have, in a lot of situations, Franklin County, Summit County, the local health department issued a ruling. They recommended that you couldn't play. Well, when the local health department does that, the inherent problem with that is it puts the onus on you. Now, if you allow them to play, you're liable. Okay, the health department just took themselves off the plate and put it on you.
Kind of what I thought she kind of said tonight anyway.
Well, she did. That's why I asked her later. I said, is that your viewpoint, or has the health department discussed that and said, here's what we think? And she said, no, we haven't talked about it yet.
Yeah, they haven't come up with an official position, but earlier when I asked her
Right.
what she recommended, she said cancel.
Right, but the health department themselves hasn't made a decision.
Here's my point. I feel if anyone wants to cancel it, the parents will. If they don't want their kids to play it, then keep them at home. If they want them to play, let them come.
And Rob and I talked about that too, and
That's what I said.
that's a good point.
That's kind of what I said.
But you've got your students that sophomore, and I brought this up to you too, Mark, that feels that if he misses this season of football, he's never playing football again. There are some coaches that, and it's a natural thing too. You miss a season playing with your teammates, and that flow and that gel is kind of gone. I mean, I'm using a volleyball.
I had a great story earlier this week.
You wasn't a volleyball player, was you?
Yes, I did play volleyball with Greg's sister.
I had a father come to me earlier this week, and he told me his son last year finished second in the state. 2 years ago, finished second in the state, and he was primed to probably be a state champion last year. And his father, I just talked to him at Powhatan the other day at the gas station. He said, you know, Coach, he said he had a shot to be a state champion, and he said, you know, we took him to a personal trainer all winter, and he said his times he would have had a scholarship. He said at mid-level D1, a full ride, and he said nothing ever happened out of it because he missed that whole season. So, you know, and he just, you know, he was just tore up about it. You know, you see little things like that, and the kid, and it's just the camaraderie, the kids, the parents are there. I mean, it's just, sports teaches you a lot of life's lessons, both good and bad. And Greg, you guys all know that. There's things that go wrong that you have to learn to adjust to, and it teaches you a life lesson that when you get out in life, it's not always roses.
Yeah, I'm all for it, but I don't know that we can make a decision tonight without waiting to see what the governor says.
Right.
He may just all of a sudden say, done. Yeah. Or he puts it back on us, then I think we make a decision.
One of my concerns, I know the students or the athletes and their parents have already made the decision to play. And, yeah, they probably all hang out here together anyhow. But if we go play this school, wherever, then if they contract it on Friday, and they're coming down with it on Monday, and they're back in our schools, in the high school, those students don't stay with the same students throughout the day. So they're gonna be in this class with these students, and that class with those students, where they know they have it. So could they do remote, so they weren't exposing more students?
Well, that's a good point, but in the same token, those same students are exposed to each other in school. You're 100% in school right now, those same students are going to be exposed to them. You don't know where Joe's sister has been out here, or who she's been talking to, or what party Joe went to, a birthday party or anything else. Yeah, it's just so hard to control all the variables within it that what you do is you set protocols, you do the best you can. And I think the OHSAA is going to come out with some more. They listed some things the other day, the OHSAA did, that you're going to have temperature checks, possibly even on fans coming in. But all the players have to have temperature checks, all the coaches have to have temperature checks, everybody, sort of the same protocol we set up to make it as safe as possible. On the sidelines, the volleyball nets, you're not allowed to change benches, and football, you're allowed from the 10 to the 10, I think, Rob. Yeah. And, you're not allowed to, not even supposed to go to the locker room. They even recommend you come dressed as a visiting team. There are recommendations that band and cheerleaders not even travel in some instances. So there's a lot of different things that they're trying to, extra personnel is not allowed on the sideline, period.
I don't know if you read, and I think it was Ryan Data, the Ohio State football coach, who said that you've trusted us to have these 100 and some people at the Ohio State football team, and we give them better care than they would get if they went home. Some of these places, these kids, some of these communities, and they're going to be out running with who knows. We keep these 100 and some people together. They're tested every day. They've got better medical facilities. Now that's Ohio State University, but I think what Mark is saying also is this group, Monroe Central football, Belleville football, River Volley, whoever, this group has been together since the beginning of July. They've run the protocol. But I get what you're saying, and I've said it too. It takes one person from another team, and you're done for 2 weeks.
Well, yeah, you're going to see a chain reaction when something like that happens, and I really think, I hate to say it, but I think when something like that happens, you're going to see a lot of things shut down. As soon as that first case happens.
Say it's over.
Right.
Yeah. Then he'll step in.
Well, and that's what I think exactly what's going to happen, is he's going to put it down at a local level. We make the decision, and I think everybody around us is going full bore pretty much, I think.
Yeah.
And they're taking a chance. It's a little bit of a crapshoot, because I don't want to be the person to take that away from you, in my opinion. Somebody makes a lot more money than I do.
Okay.
Well, like what Ronnie said, I mean, and I feel the same way as a parent. If I talk to my daughter, she wants to run cross country, and I have a sit down with her, and I talk to her about it, and I, as a parent, am okay with it, and she's okay with it.
It would be a bit of a different situation if it was a football player though, right? He would definitely play. Yes, he would have a choice.
I get that. We talked about that. I mean, it's the only sport.
Right. You know you're going to have contact.
And again, I think you said it, the parents have already made that commitment. They know what it is for the kids to do it. They're not the ones complaining about it, or they wouldn't let their child play.
Right. Well, maybe they're trusting us too, that when it gets too dangerous, or...
To pull the plug.
Yeah, it is. Well, and it's along the same line with what Ronnie said, is that we, in our committee, we even talked about spectators. And you basically have to inform the spectators that, there is a risk when you enter, okay, that you're entering this event, no different than they put on a ticket for a pro baseball game, beware of flying objects. You may get hit with a baseball or a baseball bat if you're sitting close. So it's, it's kind of, when spectators enter, it's the same deal. Those parents decide, yes, I'm coming. My kid is playing. I know the risk. I'm willing to let them play. And they they assume that risk and they understand it. And I don't know what, you know, I think it is probably better, Greg, to wait till Tuesday to see what, the governor says, you know, what kind of guidelines they put out and everything. The second part is that, and speaking with all the athletic directors and everything, it's going to be a burden on every athletic department. It's already a burden, because right now, basically, a lot of the athletic directors are cutting off any spending whatsoever that they have. Because we just can't afford anything. I mean, we've turned coaches down. They want things and said, sorry, we can't do it right now. If we're at 20% capacity, you're looking at, I looked at our bleachers, and you're looking at maybe 300 to 400 seats. And I talked to John that, and Delmas maybe a little bit fewer than that. And whenever you put that amount of people in the stands, before it cost $1,100, $1,200, $1,300 to put a game on. Well, now we're going to have to hire, if we have to do temperature checks, if we have to do a number of the other things, and we have to also keep the players separated from the fans. The fans are not permitted around the players at any time. You know, when they come off the field at halftime, you have to make sure there's nobody around. You know, fans can't be doing anything around the players, patting them on the back, doing anything with them. So you're going to have to hire other people to do those things also. A 300 ticket game is $1,800. Well, the problem is, a lot of teams have contracts also with each other. For example, us in Monroe Central, we have a contract where whenever we play, the opposing team gets $1,500 at the gate. Bel Air, we have a contract with them that you get $1,500. Shady Side's $1,500. Magnolia's half the gate after expenses. So, you know,
those are gonna have to be negotiated, because that would be totally unrealistic.
Yeah, and one of the good things is the athletic directors all know each other, and they talk to each other and that, and 4 or 5 of us stood outside at the meeting last night at St. Clairsville and said, hey, you know, and everybody was in agreement, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, because you're gonna lose money anyhow. Plus, everybody's already started the season $10,000 to $12,000 in the hole with equipment. You know, and now you have no revenue coming in, and football and a couple or three of the sports basically pay all the bills for everybody else, for officials and everybody else. So just kind of, you know, letting you know where that's headed also with that if we do get to play. Appreciate your time, though. Thank you.
That's all?
That's all.
I mean, part of the expenditures that, you know, that you're speaking of, it kind of helps make the case. You know, why prolong it? Everybody says it's gonna close down, we're not even gonna be in school, probably.
Well,
So,
I think it will play itself out. You know what I mean? I think as things continue on, it's gonna be the hand you're dealt. You know, if cases continue to go up, if teams start getting cases, teams start canceling with other teams, why, it's going to shut down. You hope that doesn't happen, but I think one of the things is, the sad part is, if you watch, I'm an Indians fan, and the other night, 2 of their guys who are making millions of dollars couldn't even stay with protocol and were out. Left the team. Yeah, left the team, and then lied to the team. You know, a 25-year-old guy lied to the team and said, no, I didn't do that, and got on the plane with them and flew to the next city. So, yeah, I'm pretty proud of our kids here in the district that they can follow protocol.
yeah.
So do we have a policy, like, we wouldn't go into a Orange County to play?
No, we don't have a policy like that. And a lot of it too, if you listen to Linda, the statistics with those things are a little bit unique. I was listening to Governor DeWine today, and they were talking about, and you probably already know this, Bev, is that it's based on 100,000 cases, some of it. He was saying one county was just over 100. Okay, so they were red out of 100,000 cases. The other county was, you know, and if you look at our county, I think population's 12,000, 12,000. 15 now. You know, so it's based on, you know, and they're basing it on number of active cases per 100,000. It seems like the way he was talking today. So, you know, I think right now active in the county we have 5 cases. out of 15,000,
So
so.
7 different things, it's not just that one
Right,
thing.
not just that one, but he kept referring to, well, they're over 100, they're under 100, so.
I think we ought to take that into consideration. You don't wanna go into a hot spot.
Yeah, well, and I think we had a game 9, and we've already canceled with a team that was clear up in the northwest part of the state. You know, that just, it doesn't make sense to travel up there. And one of the inherent problems right now all the ADs are having trouble with is the OHSAA voided all contracts. So you can call and schedule anybody you want and cancel a game. If I'm playing Greg next week, I'm sorry, Greg, I don't wanna play you, I'm gonna play Rob's team. So I'm gonna cancel your contract and I'm gonna go play him, even though you had a contract with him. We had a team do it with us already. I think Bellsville had game 1, they had it happen to them. So it's kind of created chaos. The OHSAA kind of took some rules out and it created a little bit of chaos.
And we haven't completed our extracurricular plan because of all the different variables, and we couldn't figure out how to get someone from the stands to the concession stand and back to the stands safely, and who's going to make sure that they're doing that?
You know, one thing I will say right now is, thank you for hiring athletic trainers, because they're doing a tremendous job. I mean, it's, you know, they're there each night and they're traveling around the teams and that, and they're talking to them and everything, and they're doing a great job.
Yeah, so that shows you that we are supportive of sports. Like, this
Absolutely.
isn't an anti-sport thing, this is,
No, I
something we
understand.
do
No, I
in
played
schools
sports,
and-
my kids played sports.
Yeah, and it is very important. It's not just the whole physical thing of it, it's the whole well-rounded individual
Right.
experience. So, I mean, we can be done with the discussion if we don't think we need to go anywhere with this.
I think we need to wait till at least Tuesday and get a better grasp on bigger scope of how things are gonna go. I mean, I still think there's a chance that the governor's gonna say, we're postponing the first 5 weeks or whatever, or something. Let's at least get that information before we can discuss things.
All right. All right, we are done with new business. Do we have public participation? Anything else? Okay. So at this point, I need a motion to adjourn to executive session for preparing, conducting, or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of employment.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
Your voting is open.
Yes.
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 I said it quite a while ago.
Mr. Rath? Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
With the record show at 10:33, we are going into executive session.
I hit the 2 little white lines.